Akeem, as soon as you're ready, let me know, sir. Go. All right, so good night to everyone again. Welcome to another presentation from Jebel FC, our weekly program that we just happened to miss last week because of all the festivities here in St. Vincent. So today's topic we're looking at is a brief look at tactical periodization by Victor Friday, and the presentation will be done by Mr. Theon Gordon. For today's quote, I learned all about life with a ball at my feet. Got this one from Ronaldo, and I concur with this particular quote. And in the next part of it, I'll go into a bit more about why I chose this particular quote. So, play of the week, we have two topics that we're gonna look at. The first one was this beautiful scene here. So last Friday, we had an eruption, the beginning of the eruptions of the La Soufrière volcano. And while it was a beautiful sight, at first, we recognize the level of devastation that it did to the island, especially in the northern side of the island. I won't show any images or any type of videos. I think there are enough out there on social media that you could tap into. I'm a bit touchy on the whole scenario as well because I really don't appreciate, for me, I see it as some of us using this as a means of glorifying ourselves in people's horror and in people's sorrow. We're using this moment to put ourselves out on social media while trying to help instead of actually helping. So I'll open the floor to you guys now on what your impression was, and then I'll give you some feedback on what is taking place here. You could go ahead, those of you who are here who wish to comment.
I mean, what I think about looking at it from a distance, what I really admire most is the Caribbean governments, how quickly and how willingly they want to help. And when I see they take the lead in doing this, it really moved me. It really, really, really moved me. You understand? And I'm looking at everybody, as you mentioned, Theon, who try to do their own in terms of giving back something, to help people in Vinci. And I really have to admire, everyone who's doing that.
Yep. Yeah. Good points. Anyone else wish to make any contribution as it relates to this particular topic?
Right, I would just like to say that we're with you and support you guys. If you need anything, we'll do the best that we can from far away. And learn from what you guys are going through in the way that you would like to share it.
Yep. Good. Huh? Yeah, well, that was interesting to me, the actual fact that they arrested him.
I mean, I think at the beginning, right, it wasn't for him. The first images that came out before the eruption. We would have never, see it in a different way now than what they were telling us.
Yep.
To bring a light to the whole thing, Although, everybody questioned, why he was there and stuff like that, and for whatever for his reason, But he did put a spotlight on it,
So, for that point, I have a couple of interesting comments that came out in terms of that. One of those comments were, if you look at Nat Geo and we look at Discovery Channel, there are people doing this stuff and getting millions of dollars for this same particular stuff, but yet we decided to arrest our local personnel. So that was one comment. Our next comment would have been he's dotish. Well, we actually saw that because he's actually endangering himself, and maybe to some extent he may expose others in the sense that others may feel that they can do it as well, and they will go. And the other set of person, maybe person who may go to rescue him, may also be in danger. So we had some interesting views coming out as it relates to that. And as well as you said, he kind of shed a light on basically what was really going on, because the information, yes, you hear them talking, but the actual images give us a very graphic and vivid look at basically what was taking place. And as I said, I found it interesting that they arrested him as a result. But at the same time, I saw a release that came out that said any person found in the red zone would be arrested. Otherwise, what is interesting about that is that they never caught him in the red zone. They assume that the video is off the red zone. So that to me is that's for the lawyers and the judges to basically decide. So let me give you a basic rundown. So when it happened, a lot of chaos in the sense of I don't think much persons know what was the general plan. There was not an immediate availability of transportation. I think there was some plans to use a minibus, but I think days leading up to that, the minibus and the government had some issues. So I think that may have caused some of the issues as it relates to transportation. Eventually, persons got to the shelters. At the shelters, we weren't as prepared as I think that we should be. Eventually, stuff started to arrive. And it's like you said, most of the stuff that I saw arriving, at least at my shelter, were from persons from the community or persons who were willing to donate and give back. So I thought that was very commendable from the persons of St. Vincent. Then it got to the phase where, okay, we're here 1 day, we're here 2 days. What do we do now? Is everything gonna be consistent? What's happening with the water? What's going on really? So the advantages of Plus, I think, was there was always electricity and internet. So the connection part of it, I think that was good. That persons were able to connect with their families and share different images and basically communicate, as well as having electricity to do basically everything that they need to do. The only issue that was basically surfacing was the limited amount of water, because after the eruption, what took place was that all the drinking water from the tap was contaminated by the ash, and as a result, it couldn't be used. The reservoir was closed off. Persons weren't able to get regular water. Within, I think it was 3 or 4 days, you got some water. So you had an opportunity to get water every now and again, maybe a couple of buckets, basically. Then there was the process of trucks actually going around to deliver water to different persons.
Yeah.
It was us, yes.
Before that time, in that 3-day period, right?
Mm-hmm.
What it really shows to we out here, because you are going to get water for probably a 2-day period. Mm-hmm. And it just showed how it's needed. You understand? I mean, I don't think you guys could wait another day.
Well, it's really true. It's really true. It's really true as it relates to that. And I thought, to be honest, right, when I think about the CWSA and VINLEC workers, which is persons that electricity and the water. The type of work that I saw them doing and the ability to reconnect lines and when the power went out, or they were able to get it back quicker. I really have to put regards to that. Was quite a feat because I don't think people would have fared very well if we didn't have electricity.
True.
And as you said, you recognize as well how important water is.
Mm-hmm.
You can cook, you can use the toilet, you can wash, you can drink, you can bathe.
So there's so much water in the country now. Everybody says, no, we don't want to, just want out the water. What up? Too much.
Well, for the past 2 days, at least in my area, San Hill, there was consistent water, at least at my house. So I'm guessing, well, there haven't actually been any eruption that has caused ash to basically fall a lot in this side of the country since. So most of the eruptions, later ones, I think most of the ash went either east or west. So into the Caribbean Sea, it went to Barbados. So I think that's basically what has happened. Now, as it relates to shelters and the particular one that I'm involved in, it was
which one is that? Which one is that, Theon?
Come on, man. Bethel High School.
Okay.
Camden Park.
Okay.
Come on, man.
And most of your people from where?
My people actually from Peterborough, so I know everybody who's there.
Wow, that's tremendous. That's tremendous.
I have about 8 of them who actually in my grassroots program were actually there. So
is any of them Seventh-day Adventists?
I don't think so.
Okay. Because there's a container coming up with them Seventh-day Adventist people. So
I don't think it would be just for Seventh-day Adventists. I believe they would share with everyone. Okay. So that's actually a trend that is actually happening. Okay. So as I said, for me, there no, it was I actually had to know. We have children here, we have adults here, everybody's stressing, everybody's complaining, what do I do? And I, as the coach said, I learned everything I need to know from football, basically. So my task was basically engage with the kids, and I started really teaching sports, getting them to play football, getting them to play cricket, get the adults involved. What we're trying to do, we're doing karaoke. Now we're on to actually teaching the kids who are actually in the school. So they have a semblance of normalcy in terms of what was before. So they have school. The kids have school from, we try to start from 9 until 2, but it's for hour. So there's from 9 to 10, we have a session, from 11 to 12, a session. And from 1 to 2, we have another session with them. And in the evening, we play some games, whether it's cricket, football. For 2 days, actually did volleyball. So that kind of engaged everybody. We also did some karaoke last Saturday. So
how many kids are you talking about, Ian?
So in that particular school, from ages 5 months to 18, there's 46.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's how it is.
So what are your needs in terms of sports? What do you need?
Right now it's the same as ever. It's ball, shoes. Well, obviously most of them won't have their gears because everything will be left home. Right. They just came with a change of clothes and whatever. So the intent is basically to get them laughing and smiling, using sport to do that, to help them to express themselves, so they feel, so they could get out of the depressive sense. While the adults are a little bit more difficult because having conversation with them, it's more like, all my life savings, everything I've done is down there, and it's as if everything is up and gone. So that's how do you help that person? How do you get them to get out of the stress or depressive state, or help them to cope, basically? That's for me is the issue. So that first week was basically trying to focus on the physiological needs of the different persons and make sure that their safety needs were met. Now it would be transitioning into 2 weeks and maybe 3 weeks. How do we then get them to self-actualize and help them to develop esteem and have some sense of belonging and love. Really, because this first week, yeah, we get it's always this the norm. It's the new shoe syndrome. It's new. We take care of it. We deal with it nice. But then after a little while, we know what happens there. So how can we maintain this particular? How can we make sure that everybody is taken care of? And I think that is gonna be interesting when you think about as well the hurricane season that's coming up.
Wow.
So that's another interesting twist again. So it's a lot of things to consider and how things move forward here in Sydney. But for the moment, I think everyone's physiological needs are being met. I believe so. And safety needs are being met. Obviously, other things would be a lot harder to deal with. So that's basically a synopsis of what's going on.
Are you doing anything? Is anything needed to happen online, or is everything in person? Like maybe I don't know if there are teachers who can't be there, but who are applying or offering their services, but have to do it, through the phone or through Zoom, or is everything on in person?
What would have to happen is the Ministry of Education would have to mandate what takes place. But I could speak from my particular school. What we have had is that the teachers who belong to that school, they have showed up and done different topics or whatever needs to get done, as well as some local person from that particular area. So we have forces coming in, but I think they would have to also look at the online platforms as well. Yes.
What I like, like the people who had in these shelters are intelligent people. You understand? And most of them have a background in, probably teaching and stuff like that. And it goes a long way, I think, especially for the kids.
Yep.
So I say, well, we don't know what you're doing. So I'm glad that you tell us. and that's your personality anyway.
Yeah.
But
you wouldn't see any pictures of me online.
Right.
I was unlucky to be interviewed by by Kenton. He came down and met me there with the kids having a little activity. Tried to hide, but he caught up with me eventually. So that's probably the only time you would see me online or anything. Yeah.
But there's a humor sometimes, right? Wait, what? Big chicken?
Yes. No, to be honest, right? I am happy for this particular side of it because it takes away the seriousness and gives you a brief moment of,
right.
You're able to laugh about it and have fun. And it's actually a lot of them videos.
Like the one what really started out there. Let me just, I'm sure most of you guys see it, right? Mm-hmm. The lady who don't like mayonnaise in something.
Yeah.
And right after that, a split second. Wait, what? Big chicken. Let me tell you something. Where you think people down there, man?
And look, they're even making songs from the entire situation. So there are a lot of like interviews that are done, persons that turning them into songs. So like for example, there's one that says boom boom because the person was interviewing the guy was like he was in the hills at the moment when the eruption took place. So he was like he heard boom boom and it took that particular part and made that particular part a song.
Wow.
So even those kind of things, that I could see the humor from the entire thing. I think the other worrying issue is how do we cope with COVID during this particular
But what I hope will happen, right? And I'm sure that the politicians, especially from the Caribbean, who up here, we're hoping that a large organization is going to send help as soon as possible. And the reason why I think that, has not happened yet is because, there's no really fatality. Yes, you understand what I'm saying? So everybody, you look at this thing, okay, it's erupting and stuff like that, but there are no really deaths. So the urgency is not there, for them to come in, but I think that we need like the International Red Cross. Everybody talk about the Red Cross on here, we need the help from these big organizations, what caused them these disasters.
I thought I saw UNICEF. I thought I saw a picture of UNICEF with like water and supplies.
Yeah, they have already reached out and have persons on the ground.
But this is what I don't like about the whole thing, right? And this is why, I like with the US, right? That airport would have been cleaned up in 2 days. 2 days. Because you need the airport. You need these planes when they come in to drop off supplies.
Even if it was clean, I don't think it was possible to use it, because if you look at the context of the ash, there was actually at 4 o'clock in the evening or 3 o'clock, it was dark, like literally dark. Right. The ash would have blocked out the sun and everything. So I figure visibility would have been an issue in terms of the using the planes.
But
go ahead. Sorry.
That's like a week and a half now. You know what I mean?
Well, no.
Well, they start to clean it. Actually.
Okay. They start to clean it, right?
Yeah.
So I thought, guys, don't get me wrong with this, right? Guys, I see the ashes, eh? So I just thought, when they have snow up here, right, you could blow it away. But it's not like that.
Nope.
It's not like that at all. Wow.
You gotta think about it in the sense of like cement.
Yes.
Like you just open a bag of cement and you just it's just there. Just there.
But what amazing to me, the same day of the eruption, the amount of food I was in town selling, the market outside.
Well, you see, the thing about the eruption, when the eruption happened, that wasn't the problem. The problem was the next day, let's say 12 hours after, when everything that was up in the air came down. So the actual day, if you were selling on what you were doing, it wouldn't have been a problem. It's really the day after, when it kept erupting and ash went up, and then when it came down, that's basically when you had the issue.
And I think it's the second eruption, the one in the evening, that people really say, hey, something, this thing is serious. This is no joke.
Yes, the first one wasn't really that big.
Right.
It's the second one that we saw.
Second one.
When we could have seen this actual image here, where you could have seen it from the southern end of the island, is when people say, yo, this thing's serious.
Yeah, I mean, I think the man without go something like that long day, about something else.
But I'll speak from my particular point of view in terms of my family. My uncle refused to remove himself from down there for a couple of days because he was of the impression it wouldn't last that long.
Wow.
And he had to take care of his animals. So eventually he had to come out as well.
Wow. So his animals.
Well, what he did was he went back down, I think about 4 days ago, and he just let them go.
You're right.
Because what happened was the pen, the ash was so heavy it broke the pen. So where the food was, the animals couldn't get to the food. So you just had to let them go and just let them fend for themselves. And that's the case generally across the board.
And would you say that everybody thought that they would have been back home already?
Yeah. I thought, well, listening to most people, they thought it would have been 2 days or 3 days, and then it would be quiet, and then everybody could move back, clean up, do what they need to do. And
so my next question to you, right? It's not as bad as the last time, right?
Well,
and the last,
well, my father is telling me it was worse. Well, it is worse.
What? Well, no. I mean, 79 is not as bad as now.
Yeah.
So my question to you, it took them 4 months to get back home the last time.
Well, there's actually a discussion of whether a person should go back to that particular area to live.
Well, yeah, yeah.
So,
wow.
But what I could also say, persons have already been going back home and cleaning. So removing ash from the roof, doing whatever little stuff they could do.
But anybody leave yet? Like, to Dominica and Trinidad? Nobody leave, right? I hear the boat.
Well, it had a video with people being going back Trinidad in the night on a ferry.
That was actually Trinidadians going back. So what you found is that ships came in for other nationals. So like persons from Canada and America, there was a ship for them. I don't know how many of them left, but there was actually a ship for those particular.
And some the other countries waiting for the airport home, like Ghana.
Yeah, so it's a process at the moment to see what's gonna take place and what's happening.
So now that we have Scrambler, right? Scrambler, we have a lot of equipment down there, Scrambler. And Theon is doing something. There's like 40-something kids done better down there. Right? And we have equipment down there. And some of these equipment they could use it.
So here's my point to you. And this is you have to take this, right?
Yeah.
Everywhere I've gone, every shelter I've gone, it's one thing that's predominant. One thing. Everybody's playing football.
Wow.
Everybody's playing football. There are some exceptions where you will find them playing some cricket. But football is dominating what everything was happening in all of these shelters.
Wow. That's tremendous.
So
somehow what could we do immediately?
Yeah, prep the container.
Prep the container, man.
Oh, wait, Tommy.
What's my favorite word? Man, land of storm, land now. Let's go, play that. Man, you know we go
I do have plenty stuff. So Theon, I have stuff that I can send for you, okay? And I have stuff that I promised the Football Federation. So, Sammy, Milan, okay? So I'm planning to ship off some things in a week time. So I have people coming to my house to help me pack them. So I will divide them. So I will send majority of the soccer stuff for you. And like the waters, I mean, close your mouth.
I just want you to scratch out the federation name and put your name on it. That's what I want you to do.
Theon is a part of the federation.
No, he's not.
We are all a part of the federation. We are all interested.
In this case, the Scrambler.
Yeah. So I will send majority of the soccer stuff for you. And let me ask you this. Is there any need on there for soccer clinics?
Of course. Of course. Always.
Okay. Because Scrambler, okay, this is what I'm saying, Scrambler. What we
Sammy, let me learn now.
But I'm telling you, you know, the reason why you want, listen, hold up. You just hold up, Scrambler. The reason why you want to do it that way, you know, in terms of saying to Theon, right? We could identify with one shelter, and that would be a model for the other shelters. And you know, somebody might say, "Here's something now. We sponsor another shelter now." Like our boy on the line. The way name again? Mohan could send to his area out there. So this is what he, and you could do that immediately. So you could do that by the weekend. Come on, man.
You have 2 games this weekend.
Yeah, by this weekend,
I really hope people see this as an opportunity and not as a threat. So forward.
Yo, say, I'm having people coming to my house this weekend to help me pack stuff.
We're not talking about those stuff, Scrambler. The stuff that is there already, that you can give to them, or just give it to them. And we just rebuild after, we're not going to be none is going to happen until next year, Scrambler. In terms of,
Well, I'm actually trying to get people out of that mindset that things can happen now.
Well, no, in terms of us now, with us going down with Scrambler, I'm talking about.
I'm not going anywhere.
Exactly.
So I don't know where you're floating the idea from.
Right. So, well, that being the case, right? Some of these stuff that you have there, you can,
you can't make the thing and rat again in a man Scrambler.
I'm sending them down, Theon. I'm sending them down.
We don't want those that down there already, my friend.
Okay. That's what we're talking about. Well, let's coordinate, Theon.
Okay. Easy. You have my number. All right. So that's St. Vincent for you and where we are. I'll give you updates as we progress throughout the rest of the week. I know you will be interested in that. So here's what I want to hear from you now. What's your opinion on this? What's your opinion on this one?
Oh, come on, City Blaze. Come on, City Blaze.
Well, listen to me. Next day happen. And this is why, right? UEFA and FIFA, they control all the money there, and they want to keep it that way. These owners and some of the Americans, and all they know about, is making more and more money. And the first person they went to is Amazon. You understand? So I really wanted to see that part of it. That you even them, those guys so rich, these owners so rich, right? And they want to make more money. But UEFA and FIFA, they want control of all that money. And what you underestimate, I didn't realize the fans are so powerful, especially them English fans. And you have to really give it to them. If it was for those English fans, they don't get away with this. But I don't think these guys finish with it.
Who say they ain't get away yet? People only saying they leave, they ain't pay the money to come out yet. So basically it's just people saying they're out and they're not doing it, but they have actually not opted out of the contract.
I think
what's your view on the entire idea, though? What's your view on the idea?
Well, I think that's tremendous. It's a tremendous idea. You understand? But when you really look back at the format, right, with the Champions League, it's for the small teams, it's tremendous. The opportunity that these small teams, have.
Listen, you're talking about 12 foundation teams. 12 foundation teams that cannot be relegated. Okay?
Mm.
Then the competition. So you have 12 teams who are always in that league. And then they pick another 5 or 8. Okay? You tell me. You look at the Major League Soccer we have here. Look at the Major League Soccer. How good is that competition?
It's good.
Enough.
I mean, good enough.
Good enough.
Are you? Wait. You know what MLS?
Yeah.
Come on.
It's good enough.
Come on. Let me ask you a question now. when you go to a game, what the first thing that you get off the subway? Or you park the car? What the first thing that you see?
I don't take subway. I drive to the game.
Okay, you drive to the game. Okay. What do you see first?
The crowd.
Exactly. The passion of the crowd.
Okay. But have you ever been to a game in England, in Europe?
No.
Okay. It's more.
Right. But
it's more.
But okay. Coming back to this thing, coming back to this thing, right? Could you imagine? You seeing midweek Barcelona in New York playing? Or Massachusetts in Liverpool.
And it's the same thing why these guys don't want it, because the foundation fund. He is like, we may look at it as at a wall over. But their foundation funds is not getting that.
Because they want to keep it as it is. They don't want to come to America, they don't want the team to come to America.
But if I think the context too is they are trying to apply an American structure in a European situation where you have relegation and promotion versus an American structure where it's just play every year. So it kind of one of the arguments is basically it is diluting the competition in the sense that if you use Arsenal, for example, why should Arsenal be there?
Because the money.
Right. Why should Arsenal be there?
And they have an American owner.
And they're not playing football. That's an argument. Why is
why the sports be there? Sports have a half American owner.
Man, all of these them teams, all of them will be there, always in the final.
Why is Ajax not there? Huh? But if you're looking at it from a footballing perspective, they have won more trophies than Arsenal scores in European competition.
Why is Benfica not there?
Man, all of them will want to come on, true.
Why is FC Porto not there?
Ah.
All of them will want to come on because they are American owners. That's why.
Well, we know that. So I think the reason behind this would have been more. There is guaranteed amount of money coming into the clubs once they were in this particular league.
Man, it's a lot of money. A lot of money.
And it was seen to be the right moment because now clubs are struggling financially.
Right.
I think that came into play.
Those Spanish clubs upset. That you had to be upset.
But that has been the issue with the beautiful game all along, whereby the financial aspect always comes first.
Wait, okay.
Hold on. You look at this guy. He came from Arsenal to Man United for 500,000 a week. Alexis Sanchez. Okay? And he just came there for the money.
What do you mean he just came there for the money?
He wasn't contributing.
What does that do? He didn't play well when he didn't come there for the money.
No. Hey. He wanted to go to Man City. Okay? He wanted to go to Man City.
So we're on going to the better team.
Eh?
We're on going to the better team. Did you see City play today?
Sorry.
You don't love the game because possession. For 45 minutes of possession.
I watched the game. But you're not listening to me. He wanted to go to Man City, but the amount Man City was offering, he didn't want that. So Man United came up with 500,000 a week.
Yo, Scrum, I gotta go to periodization, you know, so.
What?
Yeah, we getting it. But I just want to say as well, this is an interesting one because I don't think it's finished. And at the same time, UEFA has also agreed on their new format. And that one is also interesting as well.
It's a crap.
And they can't put more money.
So,
they have the money, they hold it. They say they don't have the money all the time, UEFA.
that is interesting. And I was trying to get some information on as it relates to our CONCACAF Champions League and what's going on with that particular competition. I got some information that is postponed, at least as it relates to our local team. So I'm not sure.
Hold on a second, Etienne. Okay, so I'm pretty much confused because right now we have the CONCACAF happening up here. With the Americans. Where the Latin America, the Central America, and the teams them from
North America.
North America. So I'm confused in this sense.
I think this is more like qualification for the next. That's how I understood.
Okay.
Probably right, yeah.
Qualification for the next. This one that's going on would have been the one that should have been last year, and this one, which our teams are involved, should have been this year, which is they're preparing it for next year or later in the year at least. That's what I understood.
Okay.
All right. So football, a lot is going on. I want Simmons to start back as well. Hopefully everybody's on the same train with me. Use football as a means to get people in a good frame of mind while developing the game at the same time. All right, so we're gonna look at a basic view of tactical periodization. The objective for this particular topic is what is tactical periodization, understanding the principles and concepts of this methodology, and we will come up with some conclusions. Right. So when we talk tactical periodization, it's a football training methodology developed 35 years ago by Victor Frade, a sports scientist, a professor from Porto University in Portugal. So persons who would have used this particular type of training methodology would be Jose Mourinho. And the clubs that I have would be their last club, the last known club that they were working with. Andres Boas, Brandon Rogers, Nuno Espírito Santo, Marco Silva, Carlos Carvalhal, Victor Pereira, and Leonardo Jordan. So these are just some of the persons. Yes.
You could put Jibas there too.
Hold on. If you look at that, right, you have 1 Englishman and 7 Portuguese.
I agree with that. Yes. And these are just some of the persons who stood out in terms of, well, I would say, big coaches in that context. That's why I chose to put these ones here. And as you said, it's really a Portuguese thing. All right?
Tell me before you start, right? Why we in Vinci need to be periodized?
Why we need to be periodized? So periodization in its essence is basically understanding when do we teach, what do we teach? And it's based around the particular event that we're doing. So how do we prepare our athletes for the particular event? So if it's a game on Sunday, how do we function during the week to prepare them for that game? Right? So that would be If it's a 4-year cycle, then we look at how do we get them ready over this 4-year period. If we're looking at a 2-month period or a month period, we look at how do we prepare our athletes for the given event that they are about to take part in. So why it is important is, as in all things, you either plan, and if you don't plan or you plan well or execute your planning well, then basically you're not going to function well. So that's the importance of the periodization. It's getting athletes best prepared or in the right state for the actual event that they're about to participate in.
But these athletes, right, these are who you trying to target to? The clubs, the clubs like your clubs.
This information is basically for everyone.
Okay.
It would be great. I'm not saying that everyone should use tactical periodization. What I'm saying is, what persons should know is have the knowledge of it and how it applies and how it could be used, and the importance of it in terms of your development as an organization, one, as a coach, or even as a player. So as a player, you should also have this particular knowledge.
And let me tell you something, Theon, I really commend. Let me tell you, I was big up too much sometimes, eh? I could guarantee you, there's nobody in Congo doing this.
I disagree.
In terms of, well, probably, I don't know.
Yeah.
But in terms of periodization and all that, which technical director doing it? Which one of them? None.
I think I could tell you Andrew is doing some work in terms
Andrew?
of papers.
Andrew?
That comes on here.
Oh, okay.
And talks and takers.
This is what I'm getting at, eh? I think honestly, I think you're like 10 to 15 years ahead of your time. Wait, let me tell you something now. All right, Patrick not criticize me, right? This information is necessary.
Don't worry, man. I'm listening to you. You just fucked up. Don't worry.
But, okay, before you start here, right? Well, since the Zoom start, you have been practicing periodization anyway. This is your thing. You understand? You didn't say periodization. But your picture should be the first picture here.
Well,
there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's always a plan. There's always a plan, and like tactical
right.
Like the principles of tactical periodization will show you. You have to have your main principles, your sub principles, and your sub principles. So what I usually do is start with my sub principles, get people to recognize the basics, and then I keep adding on as I progress. So that's the process. It's in a sense, it's the similar methodology of tactical periodization that I use for this particular Zoom program.
So this is really, and this is why, this is why thinking walking in VC. You understand? Because the people who work in football should be here listening to this, because they don't understand.
They're listening, man. Don't get tired. They're listening. There are people on Facebook right now listening. So don't worry yourself. It's coming. Don't stress now, man.
Okay.
Everything is on its way. All right? Yes. So these are some of the gentlemen who have been using this particular methodology in coaching their particular teams. And if you recognize, they are very accomplished persons in their different fields. So it's something that you can consider as a player, as an organization, or even as a coach in going forward. So just a generalized look at the conventional way versus the tactical periodization before we get in depth. Now, training, I recognize it. What happens here in St. Vincent is that we separate them. So we do the tactical work, we do the technical work, we do the physical work, and we do the psychosocial work. We work all of them separately, and we focus on them separately. in terms of the tactical periodization, what is it?
Tian.
Yes, sir.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Technical, physical, tactical, psychological.
Mm-hmm.
Could all of them be walked into one practice session?
Yes, it can.
Yeah, that's especially. This is the problem I have with it. All of them have to be done in a week. In a whole.
No, I mean, in an hour and a half.
Yeah. So it's basically how you look at them, how you look at each of them. So let's look at the physical. Let's look at from a Vincentian point of view what I've seen happening in terms of the conventional method. So let's say we are doing passing, right? So if we're doing passing, one person passes to the other, it is not actually passing, it is basically kicking the ball and not necessarily passing, because we're not applying the moments of the game towards that particular task. So two persons will stand apart and they look to pass it back and forth. Yes, there's some information being shared by the coach, but that's the focus. And then on the physical side, you may put them to run, you put them to jump, and this may not relate specifically to the game, but that's what they do. So on the psychosocial side, the focus is, can we get them in a classroom? Can we put them in a picnic? And we look at the psychosocial aspect from that particular point. And then obviously the tactical point, we look at it solely as playing a game and we give instructions rather than designing the session around that. So that is what tactical periodization is basically looking at. It is using the tactics of the team based on the game model to work on the physical side, the technical side, and the psychosocial side. They all must be tied into each other in every given session. So it should not be seen that a session is a technical session or a tactical session or a physical session. The session should encompass technical, tactical, physical, and psychosocial aspects that relates to the game model that you have as a coach. Yes, please. Questions?
So, so in a given week, right, you have a week cycle, or I don't know, a week cycle. You have to develop these three things in that given week. And bear in mind, you know, in that given week, you play the Sunday, right? The Monday is kind of recovery. So
we're gonna go into that too.
Yeah,
I'll show you a basic breakdown of how the tactical periodization looks at it in terms of a week and how it should be done.
All right, good. Go ahead.
All right. Yes, Patrick. Yes, sir.
Right. So it's, I mean, basically it's like first start with knowing how you're gonna play the game, correct?
You jump in, but go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Play the game in terms of your team and your tactics, the qualities of the players and whatnot. Yeah. And then once you decide how you're gonna play, then you break it down in themes. You know, your defense, how you're gonna play defensively and so on. And you dedicate it, if you could do it in preseason, you dedicate it to a week. And at different days, you have different levels of intensity. You start with actually introducing it from a small-sided individual, and then you build up to group, and then you build up to team by Friday with walkthroughs and shadow play and so on. So it's basically, and you're teaching everything at the same time, right? Yep. I mean, when you teach, when you're doing your drills, you can give your players goals, technical, you're a midfielder. You better make sure that every single pass you gifted in this session is complete and good. You know, you could do things like that. So now you're building in the technical aspect into the game. Make sure you receive. So you're working on your technical while you're doing your tactical. Yep. You know, and you start with your 1v1 defending. You add another defender, and you add the second defender, first defender, second defender. Decide. You talk about the space, covering space, and all that kind of stuff where you can channel the ball, and then you go with you could go 2v1, and you tell your defenders how do you, or 2v2. So you break it up in individual, and then you go to a small side, and then you go to group, and then your thing. And by the end of the week, you know, you're defensively, your whole team, your defense knows what to do when you play a little game. Next week, it depends on the team you have. Next week, you talk about midfielders doing their defensive work. So basically, I mean, that's how I interpret it. That's how I see it. And at the same time, you're talking to the players and you're showing them how it relates to the game physically, you know, and psychologically. In terms of physical, again, different intensities. You start Monday, maybe light. Tuesday, you build it up strong. Wednesday, you go real hard with sprint work. Thursday and Friday, you start to pull it back. And of course, Friday, it's a full field of how it works in the game.
Okay.
Am I wrong or right?
Yes, no. You're on point.
That's just the general thing.
That's the general idea. And
yeah, it's a general idea. I mean, so every team, every coach will break it down. And again, all these things, you teach by, talking to the fellas. You're talking to the players, and how it's game related. Little things like, okay, if you're teaching the press this week, psychologically, here's what you say. If you teach in the press, you tell your players, you're giving the players, if you tell them to push up, you're giving them confidence, and you're making them believe that you believe in them, and you're putting them on the offensive, so automatically they have an aggressive attitude.
So just a question. So just a question with that. Within your session plan, are you saying that in your session plan, in the psychosocial aspect, are you going to highlight specific traits that you want to develop in your session?
Yeah, that's all in your coaching notes. That's all in the notes that you're going to talk about.
Perfect. So within the sense, that might be one.
Right.
So within the session, you're working on the psych.
Yeah, you are automatically. Sure. And just the action alone, just the tactics that you design will give your players confidence, as opposed to telling, and not only that, you're sending a message also to the opposing team. Because if you go out there and you say, do low pressure and sit back, what's the message you're sending to your players? What's the message you're sending to the opponent? I afraid you. I'm gonna wait for the.
Wait. What you saying about right? What are you saying there?
Just listen to what I'm saying. if you initially go and you play a low pressure defense, what message are you sending to the other team?
That they have to play complete soccer to pass to get through your defense.
But see, I don't look at it that way. Okay. There's a time and place for low pressure defense. I always like to give my players. Get them in a very aggressive mode. And that gives you confidence too. And then it sends the right message you want to the other team. I'm not backing down. I am coming to force mistakes. That's always going to be my mindset. Now, the only time I'm a teacher, I'm going to use the low pressure, we're late in the game, we're defending, we're tired, and we're on the road. And we don't need to score another goal to win because we're winning the game. You see? But that's not the point. The thing is, like, some of the tactics that you teach, psychologically, it sends a message to your players. It does.
So and that ties back in to the actual play that they're gonna do.
I didn't hear the first part.
So everything you do ties back in
exactly
to what you do. So whether you don't see it as a consequence, it becomes a consequence. So for example, like you said, it may not be what you want to teach them, which is we're playing a low block today because I want to be compact. That may be in your head what it is. But psychosocially, persons may be interpreting it differently based on the little discussion we're having. So when we choose to do something, we have to also recognize the consequence that may come about because of it. So within the tactical periodization, there's always the key part for dialogue and communication between the players, staff, so that everyone is clear as to what needs to be done and have done.
The consequences
Theon, before you move on, right?
So they're aware of the pitfalls,
yeah.
Before you move on, with all of that said, it comes back to the practice of your game. Okay? I said that to say this. I had a game on Saturday, and I lose in the first, I'm going to say in the first 20 minutes. We lose the game. The reason why is like they get a penalty, which I don't pass judgment on officiating, okay? And we went to clear ball, and it went in the goal. So 2-0 in the first 20 minutes. And they just basically sit back. So, and we had opportunities to break them down, but we couldn't break them down. We couldn't break them down clearly. So when we had practice on Tuesday, that was my practice team. Breaking down a team that sit back.
Yeah. But here's the interesting part to that. What if the team you're playing next week don't play deep?
No, yeah.
So are you preparing for a game that has already gone in that context?
Okay. But this is what I'm saying. We have never played a team that actually played kickball out of the defense and just sit back. Okay? All of our game have been like, okay, like 50-50. Like
everybody wants to impose themselves. Everybody wants to impose themselves. Nobody's sitting back. Yeah.
So, so we meet a team now who score 2 early goal
and decide to sit
and just sit back for 70 minutes.
Yeah.
So let's come around. You listen to Patrick tonight, right? The first thing Patrick said when Patrick came on, right? He spoke about preseason. He spoke about how important it is to have a long preseason. All of these things supposed to be done in preseason.
Yeah,
so Go ahead, Patrick. Go ahead.
Well, you're right, Samuel, because you teach the positive first.
Yeah.
But everything you teach, you tell your team what the consequences and the pitfalls are. So you know, if this happens, this is what we do. But you always take the positive side and go. Theon, maybe what you should do, you should take a team and let's break it down in a whole week, so that I think they would allow you to understand much better.
That's okay, because we're gonna look at a week breakdown here.
Okay, tonight. Good. All right.
So when we look at tactical periodization, is a training methodology that derives from the study of different sciences and interdisciplines that apply to football, including neuroscience, theory of complexity, chaos theory, systems of. So you get the general idea. It's based around the sciences. And if we were to look at the term tactical periodization, would leave one to interpret that tactics is the game. And everything is based around the tactics. And that is what this methodology is based around, focusing everything scientifically around the term tactics. Now, when we say periodization, it is not used in the traditional sense, all right, in relation to periodizing the physical load of training. It refers to the periodization of tactical principles trained throughout the week. So normally the conventional method, as I was saying before, is we look at loading as it relates. Within this tactical periodization, what we are periodizing is how do we coach the sub-principles, the sub-principles, and the principles of our game model. That's the context. The weekly periodization of tactical principles is called the morphos cycle. The morphos cycle is the weekly learning plan for the way the team wants to play. So this is the basic from the tactical periodization. And Chester did a session earlier with us where he spoke about the mesocycle, the macrocycle, mesocycle. So these all tie back into this as well. But the focus we're looking at would be the morphocycle within the tactical periodization. All right. Now, again, the training methodology encompasses realism of the game. So every single day, the session is based on attacking, defending, transition to attack, transition to defend. That's the concept. Is implementing the game and the realism of the game, the complexity of the game. Football is chaos. One has to consider 11 players for each team. And also we have to consider the referee. All right. So the unpredictability of all of this is what we have to take into account every session. The reason this is key is that most times we prepare our players, whether it is to do attacking, but we're not considering the transition or we're not considering the defending. Within the tactical periodization, the concept is to focus on all of these elements at the same time while you may focus on one. Because what it does, it reinforces some of the habits that you want from your game model. The tactical periodization tries to predict the variables and execute them in training to prepare the players for the game. That's the basic concept behind it. In times past, coaches looked at the components, physical, technical, tactical, and emotional separately. Tactical periodization tries to encompass all components in every single session. All right. Now, within this tactical periodization, there are two general concepts that we want to look at. It's the conceptual matrix and the training matrix. All right. So when we talk about the conceptual matrix, what we're talking about is basically what does the team want to do? What's the playing idea? What's the coach's idea? So so first we have to construct that. And the other one we have to construct is the training matrix. How are we going to get this done? So the methodology are the principles. So yes, we want to play this way, which is the conceptual matrix. This is how we want to play in each third, what each player is expected to do, what is the principle and so forth. But how are we going to train them to get them to do that? So that's the key. I think that's one of the points that we struggle with. It's not having a clear identity of who we are as a team and how we are going to get to teach the players to execute this particular identity.
So while you're right there, Theon, if you remember, when we started this Zoom a long time ago, right? What was really some of the factors that you mentioned back then, was the club and the country.
Again, give me the next slide. Give me till the next slide and we get right the way talking.
Okay, all right, good.
All right, so when we're talking about these, the focus is really on the game model. This defines the conceptual matrix as well as the training matrix. So we have to have a game model. And if you did not get to see a chance of how to develop it, your game model, I'll give you a sense of it tonight again, but I won't go into it as detailed as I did when I did the game model. Our game model is how the team would play in all moments of the different areas of the field. Hence, the tactical periodization is organizing the team as specific as possible. All right. So the idea is we break down the game for every single sector of the field, what we want done by each player, by each group, by each individual, as Patrick mentioned earlier. So this is a lot of detail on how we're going to do it. All right. The advantage of this methodology is it saves time for doing things separately. And it is always game related. So this is obvious. If you're doing all of this, the elements or the movements of the game in every session, you're obviously going to save time to do other stuff rather than try to look at, oh, we're looking at attack. Oh, we're looking at tactics. Oh, we're looking at this. We encompass everything. And what is key is the intensity of each session must be as if it is game-like. So we train like how we play, and that's the context. The tactical periodization focuses on compound drills, which was mentioned, which is basically focusing on all the elements or the movements of the game, while isolated, when if you look at the isolated drills, it may have its advantages in that you may be able to single out, oh, you need to put your left foot this way, but it doesn't really give you a sense of realism and executing the drill as it would be done, or executing the skill or the ability as it will be done within a game. So that's the difference between both systems. All right, now when we're looking at the conceptual matrix, there are 7 things that we need to look at to develop. And this is where Sammy was going, I think, before. So for us, when we're developing the game model, we have to first look at the club and the country culture. What is the culture of the club? What is the culture of the country? How do we play football? What are we trying to do? What is the club philosophy and what are the aims of this particular club? The coach's philosophy, the structure and organization of the team. What type of players we want in which particular area? What's the formation that we're going to use? The moments of the game. What are we going to do in the different moments? What do we want to do? The principles of play. How do we execute our particular principles of play based on the moments of the game and how we see it being executed? And obviously the last particular one, which is the player's ability. Now I think this is where the conflict lies in terms of why some teams are successful and others aren't. It's because all of these are not working well together. Can you imagine you having let's look at Sammy's favorite team, Man City. Can you picture one of those old English coaches trying to coach that particular team? You think they're going to be successful based on the quality and the ability of players that they have and based on the philosophy that they're trying to do? You could look at it different again. If you look at the basic abilities, do they have a striker? Do they have tall players to play down the wing and cross? No, they don't. So when we're looking at the game model, as a club, as a team, we have to make sure all of these things tie in together. So an argument or a discussion we had last week was, 2 weeks ago, was Simmons should be playing this particular way or this particular way. But what is the country's culture? What are the club cultures? We recognize, or some would have recognized, that during games, there's a specific way we play. So it would not be realistic to expect the national team not to play similar to that particular way. And then we have to select a coach who recognizes this and is able to execute for the team to do well. I'll open the floor now for discussion as it relates to this.
You know what I think trumps everything there? I think, players win games. Everything must start with the players. Despite whatever culture you think, or like the reference you made about the English team coaching Man City. Here's what a good coach does. Who's going to be playing for me Saturday? What are their qualities? How do they best play the game? That's where it starts. It's not about the coach. A good coach is going to tweak his philosophy. You may have basic philosophy like, okay, I want to go after them. You want to attack them, blah, blah, blah. Or like Mourinho, I want to sit and wait and go. That's all well and good. But everything must start with the players and their ability, because if you got a team that's not very fit, you can't press. If you got a high pressing team, a very athletic team, a lot of Caribbean teams are suited for pressing. They're big, they're strong, they're fast. Fitness is something anybody can develop. So it always starts with your players, regardless of everything else. And if the players do it, now you're creating the culture coming out of the players. So with that being said, do the players come with a particular culture? Yeah, sure they do. Sure they would. Yeah, they come from all over. But some of the places they're coming from, maybe they didn't take those players into consideration.
All right, and the players here. So you and Sammy may have done some coaching in college.
Right.
Did you recruit players for your system or were you given players?
I did both. For my system, and girls and guys who want to come, they come. When they come, I see how best to fit them in. That's what a coach does.
But
see how best to fit them in.
Patrick, like for example, our current national coach, right?
Who?
Our current national coach. He recruited players to fit in his system. That's what, as you say, you understand. It might be the best players, but it's the players who fit in his system, and you know, and a lot of people have to understand that part of it.
Okay, so how did he decide on his system?
Because of his past experience. His past experience as a coach.
You know,
and his philosophy of, you know, and his philosophy.
Systems could change all the time, you know. If you could wind up with a particular group of players at that time, and you may just have to change your system to suit the players.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Okay. At the club level, right? At any level, you have to bring in, you have to look for players who's going to fit in your system.
But you see, too, again, when you talk about club level and so on, and this is why it's so important to have the head coach working with all the coaches of the national teams. So you guys discuss this stuff, so everybody's on the same page, and you're trying to basically the same thing. We're tweaking it based on your players. There has to be a general concept of how St. Vincent or any team would play. It could be tweaked based on the club, and maybe the club doesn't have certain players to do certain things. Fine. But I think the general consensus has to be there. It can't be completely different. You can't have one team playing long balls all the time and others playing thing. So when the long ball guys come into your team, the defense
I think this is where Theon coming in now, you know, with this whole Zooms thing from last year, you know. Because, you know, what he's trying to determine, right? What is our style of play?
That comes from your players. That comes out of your players.
Good night, Bellas. I heard you a while ago. Go ahead, Bellas.
Yo, guys. Yeah. Who's on?
Go ahead, Bellas. Go ahead, Bellas. And then I'll come.
That appears to me an area that has stemmed a lot of discussion. And I do not know if it's a situation of the chicken first or the egg first. But do you select players and look at your game model or your style? Or do you determine what your style is and then you look for players to fit your style? Because I know that is going to tie down to the club and football culture. And I know if we are going to discuss that tonight, it's going to take a lot of time.
That's not discussion.
Not certain that there is a right or a wrong way to it.
Yes. But within the context of what we're looking at tonight.
Because I'm hearing, we have.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I was just thinking, as anything else, whether you be a coach, whether you be a TD, you're going to have a game model set out. But then if the players that you get are not fitting into that game model you have, what is it that you must do? Do you look for other players or do you change your game model?
Guys, I think we've been to a little bit more specific. I think, you know, it's the conventional way against I mean, we go all over the place now. There's two ways we have to look at the conventional way that Theon just mentioned. You understand? And hold up. In the conventional way, the reason why I like the conventional way, right? Functional training is essential in both systems. You understand? Especially the conventional way. That is what we know. Right, Patrick? You have to train each player to play at every position the traditional way.
So, let me just say something. Okay? Let me just say something. Okay. During your game, like I had an experience last Sunday also. Last Sunday in the New York State Cup, where I'm playing Central Brooklyn. I'm playing Central Brooklyn, and apparently I played them 2 years ago, and they were real physical, and I actually take out my number 10 out of my fourth 11 because I know he do not have that physical attribute. So and put in somebody else who is physical. So I see that as okay. It is picking your team also depend on your opponent.
Okay. So you're saying, so one, we have, as was mentioned before, do we pick the players based on the system, or do we function based on the players, or do we consider the opponents?
Can I just ask a question?
Well, hold on.
So I'm just saying, based on the discussion so far, those are the three angles that we have looked at. Those are the three angles.
Because my system stays the same, but I'm looking at the physical attribute.
It's the same, and you take your best player out and have him on the bench.
Right. So that is where we're gonna go. In terms of hold on. So that is where we're gonna go in terms of this particular tactical periodization. He may replace the players, but you must be able to recognize that it is his team that is being played. And that's the context behind this entire thing here, which is once all of these are in sync and we develop the main principles, the sub-principles, and the sub-principles, it doesn't matter the personnel that is in, you should be able to recognize that this is Alexander's team. As he said, it may be a case where he wanted a particular player to be more physical, but you would still recognize that it is his team trying to play. All right?
Can I just ask a question?
Go ahead, Patrick.
If you had a player like Ibrahimovic, tall, good in the air, could hold up the ball, would that dictate how you play the game? I'm not saying it's set in stone, but I'm just trying to make a point. How would you play the game with him? And he's good. He could do it. He's great in the air, holding it up, turn and shoot. How would you play the game? Offensively, that is. Offensively.
But if you have a player like the other guy.
What other guy?
The guy that played for Inter.
You mean Lukaku?
Lukaku.
Yeah. The only difference in them is Ibrahimovic is taller. You're playing Lukaku. He does the same thing.
Lukaku is like a backward.
Like a what?
A backward.
What are you saying? You could play off him?
No, the ball bounce off him.
No, that's not true.
What's wrong with you, Scrambler? What's wrong with you, man?
What is Scrambler? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Sammy, let me finish this. The only thing is, I would say Lukaku may have a little bit more mobility and he's shorter. Both of them fellas hold up the ball, they bring players into them, they lay it off and they move. They know how to play around the box. You can't deny that quality.
Yes, Scrambler, it's few players just play the back to the goal.
In that scenario, you're saying there, no, your game model was maybe depending
mainly, yes.
Is based on the players that you may have.
No.
Right. So
here's the other thing. Let's say, look, you don't have a man like him anymore. He gets injured and you got a shorter fella who is more mobile, but he's not as good as holding it up and he's not as good in the air. That's something that would be the downside. As you coach that, you will tell your players what if so and so happen, and then you have your backup plan. But basically, you play. So now you have to change it, tweak it a bit because he's not Ivanovic. I
love where you're going with this, which is really the concept I want to get out, which is planning. Yeah. The idea for this is really having a plan, and the plan is not a plan that is in your head, but everyone has a clue of what the plan is, And your session is based around this particular plan and this particular game model.
When you say everyone, that means, you know, everyone.
But as I said,
all the players, all the staff. It's a plan that everybody agrees to and knows how to execute it.
And make sure you tweak that plan, because you never know how a game may develop or what may happen in a game. You may wind up with 2 men getting red cards. So what do you do then?
We have to be careful when we say tweak, when we're looking at the tactical periodization, because any tweak must have been worked out during
practice.
You have the time to do it. Yes, you do it.
So
you always look at the downside.
So that's the planning aspect of it again, and
exactly.
how to get it done across the week. So
because you never know how a game is going to develop.
Right. So with that being said, the other concept we need to understand when we look at the tactical periodization is the fractality. Right. When we simplify, and this is something that we will have to do. Majority of the time, we won't necessarily play 11 versus 11-hour session. But when we simplify, we make sure we do not lose the important ingredients of the game, such as its complexity and the chaotic nature. Otherwise, we are training in a way that does not relate to the game's realities. When we need to work on smaller principles of the game and smaller team scale, and I'll go into scales in a while, we use the fractal theory. We reduce certain elements to create the necessary game situation without impoverishing it. All right, the variables we can reduce include the number of players, the playing area, the interval duration, the rest time between intervals, how we score goals. However, we must always maintain chaotic and complex nature of the game. The objective, decision-making, the intensity, and the relevance with our playing style. So we must take into consideration when we break down the session into small-sided games that it does not take us to a point where we are not coaching what is our game model or what we want to see on the field. So for example, we might be using, let's use what Mohan normally say, we're using randos. And we're warming up with randos and we're trying to get them to play one touch. But in essence, in your game and in your game model, you don't want your players to play one touch. You want them to keep possession and be comfortable on the ball. So it's a contradiction to what your game model is and what you're trying to train. And this is, I think, is one of the ideas that needs to come out. It is that the way we train must be based on the game model that we are trying to execute, as well as using the players specific to that particular area that we're looking at. Yes, so.
Are you talking to me?
Well, I saw you were going to say something. So
as I said, a couple of things. You know, the principles of the games won't change, no matter what formation, no matter how you play the game. When you don't have the ball, you've got to shut down space, deny space. I don't care whatever. But that doesn't change.
But Patrick, when though, Patrick?
All the time, Sammy. You always have pressure on the ball. You deny space by being compact. Otherwise, if you spread out, Sammy, they'll play through you and they'll kill you.
So this is where we are at the moment.
These things don't change.
We are making a football discussion very subjective. But let's try.
No, Theon, stop right there. Stop. No, can I stop you? Here's what I'm going to stop you.
Let me finish.
Your principles are not subjective.
Let me finish.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying the principles are subjective in that context. I'm saying the way we interpret are subjective.
Okay. What are you saying? Right. Okay. So
how like discussion should be, these are the principles. How you choose to execute them is really based upon.
Okay. So,
Patrick,
quick question, Sammy. How do you defend then, Sammy?
Yeah.
How do when you defend, when the other team has the ball, what do you do in terms of space?
Patrick?
No, just, you know what I'm saying?
I look at my back four first, right?
Well, you don't just defend with your back four, you know, Sammy. Defend doesn't start with your back four.
But if you look...
Defending all over the pitch.
Okay, listen to me now. If you look, right, at every team play, right? They lose the ball. If there's transition, the back four in a straight line getting back, you know. The first, you know, then you see the defensive midfielder, then you see the second midfield, then the third midfield, and there has to be a shape defensively, and it starts with the back four.
Exactly, you gotta have a shape defensively, but it doesn't start with the back four. Sammy, if a forward loses the ball, listen to me. If a forward loses the ball, what's the first thing you tell him?
Fall back. Fall back.
You give chase.
No, that's you.
That's you, Patrick. That's you,
Okay,
Patrick.
okay, I got you.
Right.
Right.
What I like about the game today, right?
Okay.
This game today.
You're right. I totally coach differently from you guys.
Yeah, of course.
That's what I would do.
So that's why this is, and we have come a long way. I must admit. I must say we have come a long way with this discussion. We have been continually subjective with our arguments, which is how we feel rather than looking at it objective and using the facts that exist. And understand that each of us see the game differently and interpret it differently. But what remains are the general concepts, that are the principles.
You know what I do? I ask myself, what's logical and what makes sense? And then I put two things together.
To you.
Listen, that's how I do it. I lose the ball, and I don't wait until I get into my half to defend it or try to win it back. Now, that's to me, that makes
as I said, that's your game model, and that's what we're gonna look at moving forward within this discussion, which is
before he goes
principles.
Before you go, Theon. He was the first man who mentioned about, you know, players' abilities and stuff like that. You know, Patrick,
of course, but that's how you coach your team.
At the high level, you think you're going to press them on there?
Sammy, you have this thing about high level. It has to do with high level.
Again, we're not gonna go down this subjective road again. We're not gonna
let's go. We're
not gonna go down this road.
But Sammy feels that on the higher level, you can't do. The only difference in the higher level is more efficiently done. You still have to do the same things at a lower level. Am I right?
You see the game today?
Which game?
Which game? Oh, really?
There were two games on today.
I saw both of them.
Yeah. There was one game that was straight to guns. Man City. They press for almost 90 minutes and they can't get the ball one time.
Who's this? Man City? Man City didn't press for 90 minutes.
He's not talking about City. He's talking about Aston Villa.
Let's go.
Were you watching the same game? Because Aston Villa hardly pressed the jump off.
Do you have to tell him that? That should show you his intelligence about football.
How did Aston Villa score their first goal?
No.
How did Aston Villa score their first goal? Look at the tape.
Stop.
Where did they win the ball?
All right, gentlemen. Let's go.
Let's go.
Each of, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. Each of what you're talking about is based on your particular game model. And you have to, when you're training, you have to execute the game model every single session, which includes your how you defend, how you attack, how you transition from attack to defense to attack. The sessions must encompass this every single time, so that the players learn what they need to do so that it becomes automatic. And what we spoke about was the fractal part, which is how do we divide or how do we look at the team and we're going to train, and we could scale it down. This is a session I also did earlier again, but I'm going to just go into it briefly. So we look at the team as a whole. That is possible. What is our structure? How do we line up? Where do we want to go? How do we want to do it? So we could look at it from that particular side. We could look at it in terms basically how you want to play your game model. And then you look at it in the context of the individual side of it. So each of these skills represent how do we want to play as a collective. That's your main principle. How do we want to play intersectionally? How do we want to play sectorally? How do we want to play as a group? How does the right winger, the right central midfielder, and the right back, how do they associate? And how do each individual function technically and tactically within the system? So this is how we have to consider and break down our game model and how it is we want to play. All right. Now, with all that being said, we have to now look at, as I said, which is the main principles, the sub-principles, and the sub-principles of this given game model. All right. The principles of the game model must be based on the moments of the game. And if we are in possession, who are we looking at? Which particular group of players? Which sector? Which line? Which individual are we looking at? Once we start looking at the particular game model. The principle can be split into two main, which is the sub-principle and the sub-principles. All right. So first, it's the main principle. What are we trying to do? So Sammy's general idea is to delay and get behind ball. That is the main principle in transition. The sub-principle is who is responsible for it. At which particular point they are responsible for what particular task. The sub-principle is what would each individual have to do within this particular scenario. All right. So this is the general concept. Now, when we talk the main principle, it involves the collective or the intersectional skills. So it's more larger numbers. How does the collective actually function? These are the principles that show the identity of the team and are usually trained with large numbers, 11v11, 10v10. And these here, the main principles normally do not change game to game. All right, so we know Man City when Man City playing, we know them. We know when Brazil playing, we know when Liverpool playing, we know when Manchester United playing. Why? Because of their main principles as it relates to the moments of the game. Now, what changes can be usually, so the sub-principles, usually involve the intersectional and the sectional or group skills. So these are when we break it down into smaller numbers now, maybe groups of 3 or groups of 4, depending on which particular part of the team. Although it is important for these principles to remain consistent from week to week, some flexibility can be allowed to adapt to your opponent. And this is what Mr. Alexander was referring to in his case of replacing his 10 with a more physical player based on what the opponent. But obviously his main principles would have remained the same. What may now take place is the sub-principle might be slightly different, where he would have a bit more aggressive pressing because this player that he puts in may be more defensively oriented in terms of the transition into defense. When planning strategy based on the analysis of a specific opponent, the behavior of certain players in a group, sector, or intersector may change. Therefore, a new sub-principle needs to be trained during the team's morpho cycle leading up to the game. So once Mr. Alexander recognizes that he's going to change the player, obviously he's going to have to give that player specific sub-principles, because why? As he said, he's not as good as his 10. So obviously when in position, his role and function may be slightly different. As well as when he's not in possession, his role may be slightly different. And also in transition on both sides. Now, when we look at the sub-principles, this involves only the individual or a very small group. So when we look at the individual, maybe 2 players, basically. For example, the 2 center backs, the 2 forwards. These principles determine a specific behavior, specific behaviors of the individual or the small group in different situations, right? as in the sub-principles. The sub-principles are even more flexible and can be adapted to a specific opponent in order to prepare a game. So again, the main principle, this doesn't change. It will not change. Will not, because this is how my team plays. What may change?
Wait. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I think, you know, when I go into them sub-principles and sub, you know, I feel like in a chemistry class or something like that. You understand?
I'm gonna break it down if you want.
Okay, I just want you to make sure that, you know, because what I'm really thinking about, yeah, I'm thinking about the young coaches who have to, well, they're not here anyway, who have to understand this thing, you know. How could we simplify it, you know, especially...
That's what I'm getting.
Okay, all right. Because the main
give me a team. Give me a team.
Because the way I say it.
Give me a team.
No. It could be your team.
I'm saying.
I mean, my team. You know.
No, well, I say give me a team because if you say Man City, for example, I think more persons have an understanding of who these players are. All right. So, okay. All right. Let's look at City. Let's look at them building out from the back. All right. What's the main principle when they have the ball with the keeper? The main principle is they play out the back, down the sides, well, to the wing backs, and then they go through the midfield. So they always play through the midfield, right? So that's the main principle. If Mendy starts, if Cancelo starts, does it change? No, it does not. What changes are the sub-principles. For example, when Cancelo plays, instead of going line, like in the case of Walker, what he does is he tucks inside.
He tucks inside.
So that would be a sub-principle. The okay. sub-principle within that now is what he does with the ball, or what you expect him to do with the ball when he gets there.
Okay, let's go back over with the main principle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember we mentioned principle of play, right? There's principle of play for the players, and there's principle of play for the team. I always go back to the traditional because that's the only thing I know, right? And for the players, right? I mean, we talk about, you know, the minimum amount of touches, do not force situation, and don't be careless with the ball and all that kind of thing, right? This will be part of the main principle, wouldn't it?
Look at it. The players are a function of the whole. Yeah? Why are you telling them to be patient and keep possession of the ball? Why?
Because this is part of our principle of play. This is the first thing that they're going to see in the curriculum.
So, okay, let's start over again. Go again. So the individual player, what do you want them to do? Like you just said, you said you want them to be hold on. You want them to be confident on the ball. You want them not to be careless on the ball. Yes?
Right.
Keep it simple. Why are you telling them that?
Because this is our philosophy. Okay.
What does that lead to? What does them being doing those things? What does it lead to?
It leads for us to win that game on Sunday. Because what I really think.
Okay, how does that help your team in attack? Those things that you just mentioned. How does those things help your team in attack?
I'll answer a different way, right? In my pre-game meeting, before the players go on the field, right? I remind them, guys, remember our philosophy of play. The speed of play is very important. Moving the ball is very important. Keep it simple. Keep the ball on the ground. A ball on the ground is easier to control, and all of these things. Your first touch, you have to be clean. You have to be aware of, you know, pressure. You know, all of these things, you know, is my principle of play. And
all right. So let me see if I could even break it down further. All right. So let's look at the collective. How do we want to play as a team in possession? We want to play out the back. So as a result, each player would pick up a specific space on the field.
Right.
That's the collective, because that's what we want to do. Now, when we go to the intersectional part now is, how does the back five react to us playing out of the back in relation to the three central players? All right. Now, as a result of that, how does these three forwards react to the three midfielders? Now, on the other hand, if the ball is on the left side, how do these three players here function together? If an individual picks up the ball, what is their role and function? So what we just did there is the main principle. We broke it down here between the intersectional and the sectional into the sub-principles. And when we go into the group and the individual, we're breaking it down into the sub-principles.
Yeah.
So what do we do as a group? What do we do as an entire group? What do we do in different areas of the field in groups? What do we do basically in reaction to each individual is what we're looking at here when we break it down into main principle. So again, if we go from the reverse, so if you look at the individual first, the individual action must be in response to what the collective wants to do. The individual action must be in relation to the players that are close and supporting. The individual action must be in relation to the lines that each players are playing. The individual action must be related to the intersectionality between the midfield and the attackers. And the individual action must reflect what the collective is trying to do. I don't know if that's a little rough for you. Yeah, a little better?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, good. All right, so I think this is where, go ahead, Mr. Pat.
I think Sammy was asking you to like try and see if you could simplify it, because I tell you, there's a lot of there's a lot of language there that seems to make it hard. One of the things there's a couple of things suggestions. Basically, what you do when you play, you're creating triangles around the pitch with the players immediately there. That's basically what you do.
Same thing about it.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm breaking it down. It's easier for a player to understand that. You create triangles around the pitch
again.
so you can move the ball.
Let's go back again.
That's one way to explain it.
Let's go back again. Let's go back again. Start over again.
I'm saying you create triangles around the ball.
Why are you creating triangles? Why are you creating triangles?
Because you're giving the person with the ball options.
Why?
That's what a triangle does.
Why?
Okay, listen. Your wing back, your left back gets the ball. What happens? What's supposed to happen when he gets the ball?
Hold on. Let's go again.
That's what I'm saying. This is what you're doing. You're just creating triangles on the pitch as the ball is moving.
Why do we want to create triangles? We want to create triangles so that the collective can keep possession of the ball. Yes or no?
Yeah, but the ball is only in one place at a time, Theon. So you're doing it.
Which means
that's what the triangle does. You keep possession around the pitch.
Which means if we look at the individual, they have to have a specific technical ability. No, when we go,
we're not talking technical ability now. We're talking movements. We're talking movements and patterns. We know that. But the thing is not so much technical. You were talking about the different sub-cycles and whatnot.
And that is what I'm explaining.
I'm just trying to explain how you could do it simpler. Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm saying my task is not to make it simpler. My task is for us to understand the football language.
Exactly. But don't you understand? Football language could be simple. Creating triangles is doing the same thing by talking about the cycles and the sectors.
If you say to create triangles, who are you talking about?
Whoever has the ball, give him two options to pass.
So that no relates to the group.
But that's what I'm saying. You're creating triangles. That's a little group there. That's how you move the ball.
When the group associates in terms of the different lines, meaning the defense,
Okay.
defense and the midfield line function together. We're looking at a sector.
Let me also make it simpler. Once the groups get the ball, depending on the thirds of the pitch, there's a different mentality. Here's the thing. Defenders must get it quickly. Defense, you get it, you win it, and you distribute it. That's
So
defense.
what do you think you just did there?
That's the spec. That's you should go to the middle sector.
You're not listening. I'm telling you, listen. Could you let me finish? Could you guys let me finish?
No.
In the mentality of the guys.
Patrick, no. Wait.
Let me finish. Let me finish, and you can
because Theon is engaging in this thing, right? Theon will tell you. If Theon wasn't engaging in this thing, he will tell you. We all say the same thing.
Correct. And now, when you talk about the mentality, now you're looking at, that is what we're looking at in the tactical periodization, which is we are now integrating the tactics with the mental side that you expect from the given players. Yes or no? Yes or no?
All I'm saying is, listen,
Yes,
all this adds to the tactical. If you're a defender, just let me finish and just think about it.
Go ahead.
This is an easy way to get your team to play well. If you're in the defense, your mentality should be to get to it, win it, and distribute it. Keep that in mind. Let me finish.
I'm not cutting across. So I said, okay.
When you're in the midfield, what's a midfielder's job? Preparation. He links defense with forwards. His job is to prepare. So once he gets there, it's another triangle, but with a different intent. Preparation. When you get in the offensive third, it's slightly different. You could talk 1v1, you could talk turn and shoot, you get more aggressive and you go for goal. So it's just another way. I'm not saying, you're wrong. I'm just saying these are other ways to make it easier for players to understand their role. Because all you're doing is you have to create triangles around the pitch. Whoever has the ball should have depth behind him, and he should have penetration, and he should have.
All right, good.
So you're going from there. But that's okay. We don't need to discuss this. You can move on.
Because this brings out the last point I made before, which is the fractile part of the breakdown of the session.
Right.
The key I want you to take from this is when you go individual, when you go group, when you go sectoral, when you go intersectional, it is all as a result of what you want the collective to do.
Of course. Which is playing to your concept.
Yeah, which is really your style of play, isn't it?
Yes, sir. So when you say, hold on. When you say the defensive line, you are making it, I can interpret it as meaning when you talk about the defensive line, the attacking line doesn't create a reference for them to play out the ball.
Repeat that again.
Let me go again. So you talk about the back four. As soon as they get, they must play it quickly. But in order for that, hold on. I allow you to talk. So let me talk.
Because I think you said something.
You were saying the back four, when they have the ball, their intent based on where they are is to play the ball quickly. And I'm saying, while you're saying that, it must be in reference to the different sectors of the field. It can only be played forward quickly based on the intersection of the players and the collective. If, for example, going back to Man City, if the two players do not remain high and wide and the central striker, which is 9, stays high, it means the team is compressed. They're unable to play between the lines and around the lines. So I am saying this to say, when you refer to individual or group, you have to consider the collective.
That's a given. That's a given. It's a collective thing.
It's not given. It's not given because based on that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm trying to tell you. Based on and that's what I'm trying to tell you. Based on how you explain it. No, so based on you are somebody else tell you. Based on how you explained it, you explain the game based on only groups and sectors. And I'm saying to you, the groups and sectors can only function if the collective, if each player picks up a particular position and does a particular role. They are not exclusive from each other. That is the point.
Yes, but Theon, the ball is only in one place at a time. Focus on what's happening around the ball. That's the only way you can move it.
All right, let me give you a more practical example.
No, you know what I'm telling you.
Let me give you a more practical example. Why was it Curacao was able to play out around St. Vincent? What did the collective do to cause that to happen?
For Curacao?
Yes.
But Curacao walked the ball. They came together. They supported the ball.
What did the collective do? What does the top three do? Did they come short or did they stay high to keep our back four?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the moment when you're moving the ball? It depends up to the collective.
Answer the question, Patrick.
Part of the collective, it starts with where the ball is.
All right, so let's flip the script.
That's part of your collective.
Let's
because guess what? No matter what the three up top do, if you can't get the ball from defense to midfield, it means nothing.
And that is my point. Why
works in moments and in sections.
Why was it that St. Vincent was unable to keep possession?
St. Vincent was not, first of all, they were not compact. Secondly, the midfield,
keep possession.
They were not compact.
Keep possession.
But so how you can't keep possession unless you compact or
okay, all right.
Let me finish now. If you ask me, how many times that their fullback send the ball long to the forwards and totally went to somebody else?
The
organization of the midfield wasn't there.
Why?
I just told you the whole team was not organized.
So let's look at it. Bam. The individual, what was their role? Did they associate with the group that they're in? All right. Did this group function with the group Polana man? I tell you already, we have to stop discussing things.
No, but you're saying the same, but you're not understanding what I'm telling you.
I am understanding you, and I'm trying to get you to recognize that each of these sections do not function individually.
Without the other. Yeah.
You have
we
to
know
have
that.
No, that's
you don't know.
Patrick.
You have to let me break it down for you, Theon.
All right, go ahead.
We know that. If your left back gets the ball, okay, how does that ball get to the midfield? What's the safest? How does it get to the midfield?
It has to get to the midfield if the forward line stays high and wide.
Not necessarily. No. Here's the deal. Let me tell you how it gets to the midfield. Left back gets it. Your defensive midfielder comes in, and your winger comes to the line. That's the triangle. Now you can move the ball.
Okay.
That moment in time, you create that little sectorial you said, and you move the ball. Then it goes, listen, when it goes to the defensive mid and he drops in, if he could turn, you tell him.
Here's a question. Based on what you said,
I'm doing it practically. I'm playing it for you guys.
What if your three strikers come deep for the ball?
First of all, why would they come deep for the ball when you have a midfield?
But that's what happened.
But that's what I'm telling you. Because the team was not organized.
That's what happened.
So then the team was not organized. Listen to me.
So explain organization for me. Is organization individual?
I'm telling you organization. If you listen, I'll tell you. I'll tell you organization.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you. Basically, here's what you do. You form little triangles around the ball, and then you have a bigger triangle if you have to go long. That's how it works. Left back, Bell, whatever his name, he gets the ball.
You cut out the Patrick boy.
Yeah, legal.
So let me just say something. Okay. And I was talking to my brother who don't let
once that defensive mid turns,
you still talking?
Listen.
They just chip out Patrick. So you may have to start over.
What was that?
We
I will just explain how the ball moves around the pitch. So, okay, let's say the defensive mid picks it up. Left back said turn. Once he turns, the other triangle comes in. He still have the man wide. He could play to another defensive mid who's holding the middle to switch it. Or your schema could drop in. So when the defensive gets it.
So those are your sub principles.
I think we say this, you all say the same thing. You just let's go on. You all say
okay. Let me just say something. Okay. I spoke to Mr. Carrington about this.
The game is a game of moments, and it's a game of sections.
Patrick,
listen,
I already have the floor. I thought you gone.
No.
You keep cutting out, so we ain't really hearing you. So Alexander,
okay, I listen. Yeah.
See, just I don't know if it's the internet or where you are.
So I don't know which phase of the game it's two-phased. It's either playing back to the keeper and a goal kick or something, but it basically saying that when you're playing north from the back, every phase of the field have to be in one.
Which is, and we call that the group. That's the
right? Yeah, that's the group. That's the group.
Yeah. Yeah. So, so it come back to the same thing with my team. Like everything is playing out from the back. If we are at the half field and we see we can make a penetrating pass, we go back to the keeper and everybody fall back into position and we wait until you chase.
So hold on there. So your main principle is to keep possession. Your sub-principle is if we can't go forward, we come back.
Yeah.
Yes? And your sub-principle now is waiting patiently and then to react so that we could play forward. That's it, you know. That's it right there. That's it right there.
Just quiet now.
Go ahead.
That's easy to say, but what's the position of the players? How is he moving the ball? What is the position of the players? Tell me.
Everybody is in the position. We are creating triangle around
which is the group.
We are putting ourselves in 3v1 position.
So you're creating triangles to move the ball, is what you're saying? That's all I was trying to tell you guys. That's what you have to do, and you do it all over the pitch.
Man, you all say the same thing.
But it's all in the context of the team. When you go up top, you got a triangle with your center forward, your number 10, and your winger.
Patrick, listen. This is tactical periodization. Okay, and this is the way. These are the terminologies. You said your own thing from 1960.
Sammy, what are you really talking about?
All right, let's go. All right, let's go. I am not disagreeing with you, Patrick. All I'm trying to get is hold on. All I'm trying to say is when you decide to talk about the groups, a particular group, the other groups must react in a specific way for this group to function. Right. So you can't just look at this one group alone and how they work. All the other groups or the collective must react to how this one group functions. That's all I was saying. That's
why I told you, when you form the small triangle around the pitch, then you have the bigger triangle to go along. That's
right,
what
so good. So we are in agreement. They're
not running towards. They're not around the ball at the time. You got to get.
We're all in agreement. Right. So now we're gonna look at a morpho cycle. And the example we're gonna use is if we have a game on Sunday, and then a game on the following Sunday. So we had a game on Sunday, and we have a game on the Sunday coming up. So this is basically how they break it down basically. So I want you to look at M +1, +2. So Mondays +1, Tuesdays +2, Wednesdays -4, Thursday -3, Friday -2, and Saturday is -1. So that basic part is saying the first one, which is Monday, one day after the game. Two days after the game. -4, 4 days before the game. -3, 3 days before the game. -2, 2 days before the game. -1, 1 day before the game. What are they expecting in this particular phase? Now, with regards to the tactical periodization, they believe that the day after the game should be recovery, passive recovery. So this is a rest day. I know normally some philosophies might choose to do recovery day the day after, which is they go and they run to get rid of the lactic acid and so forth. But the concept here is to recover on this day. Now, most of the other philosophies say to have recovery day the next day because they're looking at it from a physical perspective. But the tactical periodization is looking at it from our perspective, which is a mental rest, a physical rest, tactical rest and recovery, and a psychosocial rest and recovery. So they believe that the day after the game should be rest. All right. So on Tuesday, you're gonna have active recovery. All right. So active recovery is basically what you're gonna look at here. Now, when you break down, if you look at the far left, the gray side, how the sessions are broken down is you look at the of the game model, the team scale, which is which groups you're gonna use, what is the mental and emotional demands, and in terms of what particular the muscles of contraction you're going to use, what energy systems and that kind of stuff, the spacing you're going to use, the time of the interval, meaning how long you're going to run your particular session, and in terms of rest and recovery, and the number of players you're going to use. So on Tuesday, as I said, it's active recovery. But what we're looking at here is we're looking at the sub-principles. The team, we're looking at intersectional. Amount of mental demand, you're looking at low, and you're looking to do recovery while the space is medium, and the time intervals are short and medium. So when you look at short time, because you're looking at higher intensities as well. So this is how your Tuesday would basically look. Your Wednesday, on the other hand, again, you're gonna look at your sub-principles and your sub-principles. All right? And then you look at the intersectional and the groupal, as well as the individual aspects of the tactical periodization. So how they work tactically, technically, how they work psychosocially. And your the demand on it in terms of mental and emotion would be medium. Tension would be specific to strength. That's what you're looking at on this particular day. Space would be small. Time would be short. Number of players will be low, and again, once you see short time, obviously the intensity has to be high in this particular part because it's most likely a high intensity with a long rest and recovery. On Thursday, what principles you're looking at again is the sub-principles. You're looking at the collective, and then you're looking at high duration. You see it there. The spacing will be big, long. So what you're looking at here now, to recognize you're looking at more endurance work that is being taken place here. Per Friday, you look at the sub-principles, again, the intersectional groups and individual groups. The demand would be medium. Velocity, so we're looking at speed specifically here. The space would be medium or small, short and medium, low and medium. And obviously, the day before the game is pre-activation. Sub-principles again, collective, intersectional, low mental intensity, You're looking for activation, not necessarily to tire them out or to improve any muscular system or anything. The spacing would be medium, time would be short to medium, and medium to high number of players. So what you could recognize is that the load on all aspects, whether it's tactical, technical, physical, or psychosocial, it gradually builds up to the Thursday and gradually comes back down to the Saturday. That's the general idea. The numbers would increase as you go to the middle of the week. If you recognize in terms of the principles or what tactics you're working on, you would recognize the same thing again. So sub-principles would be smaller groups, sub-principles would be a slightly bigger group, sub-principles would probably be 6 players, and then you break back down to smaller groups again. Now, again, you need to take the game into consideration into all of this when you're doing your planning for the next week. How hard was the game? What was done? And you do the same thing basically. Questions, comments as it relates to this particular strategy or philosophy.
Not related to this, I think you have to have another session with this thing. I'll tell you why, right? All along with Zoom, right? We have been using your beliefs, especially, okay. It's 4 parts to this, this, somebody help me on periodization, right? Offensive, defensive, the tactical part of it, the transition. So I was hoping sometime tonight.
So what you need to recognize is what you're talking about is the conventional way. Again, you are recognizing.
No. Let me just finish first.
Go ahead.
When you have this topic, right? I was thinking about the defensive transition because I'm very weak at that, right? So the moment of the game is the defensive transition. I'm just talking about what you teach me here in the Zoom, right? The main principle that you believe in is high press. You get me?
Not necessary. Go ahead.
But no.
Go ahead.
The sub-principle now is maybe they play backwards or something like that. So I want that part of it you explain, and that must be another session or something like that. But because all along, from the time you start this Zoom, all of these things, you touch on all of these things already, You understand? So I was hoping now that this is why this topic is so important to all of us. You understand? Because we want to move away from the conventional way. Honestly, because this is science you're talking about here,
Yep.
This is science and this is why you're so bright until that I'm saying, you're the man to lead this thing, right? And we have to really try to understand it. You understand?
I'm willing, but what I want you to recognize based on something you said is within Tuesday session, you are working on all of the moments of the game. Wednesday, all of the moments of the game. Thursday, all. Friday, all. Saturday, all. The difference is what you're doing for each, for example. The sub-principle would mean you're working with groups. So maybe a group of 6. Sub-principles, we're looking at smaller groups, 3, 2, 1. Sub-principles, you carry it back up again, and then you go back now again. What you need to understand with acquisition days is basically these are the days for learning what we need to do for the game on Sunday.
But we want you to, this is what we want from you. Yeah. It's easier for we as coaches.
So I have to do that. You want me to do that session again?
No, you have to do it again. You have to do it again because, when we go on the field and, during the week for these 5 days, right? we have to work on the weaknesses. Whether it's defensive transition, you understand. Whether so I want you to research this thing again.
That's easy.
Right.
But something different I want you to take a look at. So here we are seeing a full week of training.
Right.
How should we approach this in St. Vincent when we are seeing our players?
It was the same question I was going to ask.
Twice a week. Yes.
Where does that apply? The reason being, with me, I coach 3 days a week. I have 2 games on the weekend. Okay? So where does that apply to me? And where does that apply in St. Vincent? Is only with the national team is on camp, where they can practice every day?
Right. So for me, this is for us to recognize where we are and where the rest of the world or the better countries are what they're trying to do. Okay, from saying that now, what you can do is modify this. So for example, Jebel, for example, will train Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I am looking at, for example, sub-principles maybe on Tuesday and sub-principles on Thursday, while working on all aspects of the game, which is all moments of the game. So what you're seeing here is big group, small group, big group, small group. See it? That's what happening here. Big group, small group, bigger group, smaller group. So small and big group, and then small group again. So the concept is you have to work your sub-principles, which is smaller group and individuals, so they understand what you want from them. And then you work with a bigger group to make sure the lines and the sectors and the groups function well together. That's how you could get that done during the week or your 3 days of sessions. How you get the lines to incorporate.
But all this is theory, Theon, right?
Yes.
You still have to simplify it, and it has to be a practical with your team on the field.
Right. Yeah, Patrick.
That's the bottom line. You could sit here and talk all that. Players are not going to understand, and this was my point. This has to be simplified, broken down, and walked through. You talk about how the different groups are going to interact with each other. All that has to be taught.
No,
hold on.
Let me finish. You have to have activities, and this has to be practically coached, so players understand it.
I figure
this is what I'm
maybe
saying.
I figure it's probably my explanation is a problem.
Well,
sorry. Hold on. I allow you to finish.
Yes, it has to be simplified.
So let me finish. Right. So when we say subgroup, sub-principles, we are looking at roughly 6 players. So your groups within your sessions would most likely be 6v6.
Right. Okay.
8v8. Right. When you look at
go ahead.
When you look at sub-principles, you're looking at 1v1, 3v3, 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 4v4.
Right.
When you look at sub-principles again, you're looking at 6v6, 7v7, 8v8.
Right. And when you do that, you have to have coaching points, and you have to know how it relates to the game. That's why a lot of people won't understand it. Some people don't understand a lot of this stuff.
I do agree.
Wait. That's it, Keon. I think you have it has to be.
Yes, Bellas.
Right.
What I suspect that is coming from Sammy and Patrick. I suspect they are looking for you to put in that chat what principles of play that you're going to work on. So I do not know if that is correct. So which means that if you're going to work on combination plays, he wants that set inside there. I do not know if that is what they're doing. If you're going to be doing overlapping, if you're going to be doing pressing, if you're going to do compactness, is that what they want inside there?
No, okay.
Based on what it is that you're going to do, that would determine how many players that you
How many players you need?
Whether you're going to go sectoral, whether you're going to go sub-sub, whether you're going to go sub-sub. I'm wondering if that is what it is that they need inside there.
I'm trying.
And then you have to put everything together.
Okay, right? Hold up.
And you walk it through with your team. That's all I'm saying. It has to.
Guys,
you have to have a simple, practical session.
Guys,
to do it.
No, there's another way. There's another section to this, right? These young coaches now, right, or the modern way of coaching now, there's two phases of the game. There's attack and defense.
There are four.
Well, we get into that. Right? So this is why you have these, formation and 4-4-2 and all them kind of thing, 2-3-2 and all them kind of stuff, right? Mm. But the idea is, you have to the moment of the game. And then you're missing that. This is what I'm missing from tonight's game, you cannot do this thing and you not mention the moment of the game. Right? All right. What do you do as an opponent defensively? Okay. What do you do offensively? So all of this have to be mentioned in these 5 days.
I think Bellas probably hit it on the head. I think that's basic. Gentlemen, this is a general concept of what's happening. So let's look at Monday. If you're working on attack, where are you working? Where? Which part of the field? Is it the defense? Is it the midfield? Is it the attack? If we are looking at building out from the back, then obviously, who are the key players? The key players will be the back five. You may look at the defensive midfielder. You may look at a 9 to give you depth. Those are the key players. So, what did we just do there? We had the back, which is one group. We had the midfield, which is a 6, and we had a 9. So that is Tuesday session right there. That's intersectional. You look at the sectional and you look at the group as well. So you include the different lines across to bring out your specific idea. But hold on, man, hold on. At the same time, what has to be done is they have to have opponents who will bring out the necessary or solve the problems that are presented to them by the opponents. So it must be, and both of them must be based on your game model. So you're working with a smaller group force. That is what it is saying. Then you attach another group to it, which is another sector. So the defense, you add the midfield. In the midfield, you add the strikers. That gives the collective. If we're looking at building out the back from the left side, then obviously there are key players we can look at. The left back, the left central midfielder, and the left winger. So now you're looking at that particular sector.
And how do they move, Theon? How do they move?
I don't know. That's based on you.
It's the next player. I think,
that's the most important thing. The practical is what explains all these principles and things. And it has to be shadow played. It has to be walked through. And your coaching points, you got to let them know how it relates to the game and how the different sections relate to
all this is trying to show you is how you can teach your team how you want them to play on Sunday. All they are saying is when you start on Tuesday, you try to do this, you look at the scale of the team. You look at intersectional, sectional, and the group. When you go Wednesday, you do the same thing, but then you focus individual as well. Thursday, you look at the collective, which is the entire group, and the intersection and how they function. Friday, you break them back down again. Saturday, you break them back down again into smaller groups. That's all it is saying. How can you teach your tactics or your game model for Sunday? That's all it is doing.
Why don't you refer it somehow, how you can teach the moments of the game? Because this is coaching the moments of the game.
Theon,
I get that from you. Listen,
Sammy's saying that goes in a table by itself. Because what you have there, take that as a chat and I place it on my wall as a coach. So I know on every Wednesday I'm looking at my sub-principles, 2 groups or 3 groups. But with these 3 groups, what I am looking at is body positioning. I am looking at 1v1. I am looking at 1v2. That is going to change on a weekly basis. But what I have...
Guys, listen to me.
No, really need better internet down there.
No, listen to me now.
But you see,
I had the pleasure of with Tian.
I'm here, man. I'm hearing you.
I had the pleasure of being in the license with Tian, right? And he was talking about moment of the game and all that kind of stuff. You understand?
Sammy, this is what's going up in your office. This is what they in front of you. When you're going to plan your session for Tuesday, if it is you're looking at a specific moment, which is you're looking at defense. On Tuesday, I'm looking at defense, but you have to recognize which part of the field, which group of players. And then you have to recognize the opposition or the key opposition players towards these. Then you have to look at what is the game model of how I want this session to be done on Tuesday. And then you break it down into the different groups. Am I looking at the left side, the middle part of the field, the right side? Am I looking at the defensive line? Am I looking at the midfield line? Am I looking at the attacking line and how they associate to each other? This is what's going up on the wall.
That's where your session plan comes in. Right. What your session so your session plan is based on what comes there and your assessment of the game. Yes. But you do not take that shot that is on the screen now and go to the field with it. That stays on your wall. That stays
this
there.
Is your wall.
You pick out from that to decide what it is that you want to do. Yes.
Guys, tactical periodization. There's four things. Offense, defense. And this is what they are doing.
Sammy, we don't disagree with you. We are just saying that you take them and you put it into the week based on the headings that you have there. So therefore, if on any one day, when you're doing your assessment, you realize that you had a problem with your left back. So when you look at there and you look at Wednesday sub principles, that means you sub principles, you're dealing with the action of the individual player. So that left back that you had the problem with, you go deal with him on Tuesday on the sub principles. That's what it is. So if you had a problem with everybody on your right side, then you are going to deal with them under the heading of sub principles. But you know you're dealing with that line of players. That is how it is.
Bellas, my point is when you're at the field, you don't talk sub-principles. That's my whole idea.
No,
we are not saying that.
We know that.
But at least
that is exactly what I said. That is not to go on the playing field.
Please, no. Right.
What goes on the playing field?
Right. This is my point, and this is the problem I think they're having in St. Vincent.
No, what we are saying, your session plan comes out of that.
Yes, and your session plan has your coaching points for every instance of the game too.
This is the skeleton.
The session plan has coaching points. And this is my thing.
What I suspect
we haven't said how we're going to actually
Patrick, when I listen to Sammy is talking about the 4 moments of the game that you have to teach. I agree with. But that is where your session plan comes. Is your session plan that you take to the playing field, not what is on the screen there. What is on the screen there is what is going to guide you as to what comes into your session plan.
But that's precisely my point. Your session plan is there with all the focus. Yes, the session plan is what you do practically. Balance, I agree with you.
The screen there is not, it's not even to discuss with the players. That's not to discuss with the players. That is
I agree with you. Balance.
Guys, let me tell you.
The plan is very practical. It gives you step-by-steps and coaching points. And that has to be done at the field. And this is how the coaches will interpret and take from the, like you said, from here, what we're doing now, create a session plan for it with coaching points, how everything is, connected to the game.
You are gonna
comes together. This is what we really have to work on, because I think a lot of us, we're getting caught up in a lot of terminology and thinks it's a science. It's very simple.
Guys, the guys them who endorse this methodology, right? Which is, the man who got fired, last week, right? These are the things that they do. The moments of defensive, the transition, the high press, the sub principle, make the opponent play backward, make the team compact for pressing. All these are sub principles. So all of these, you all have to do. You have to go research this thing and do a better presentation in terms of these things.
I have a question for you, Sammy.
Yeah.
You playing on Saturday.
Yeah.
You have your training session on Friday.
Right.
How intense is your Friday session going to be?
I tell you.
How intense, regardless of what moment of the game that you're dealing with, how intense would it be?
Listen to me. Listen to me. Where my office was, right? Below my office was the basketball team.
Mr. Gordon.
Listen to it. Let me just answer the man.
Yeah.
Below my office was the basketball team, the practice. They go 3 hours practice before the game this Saturday. Friday they go 3 hours. And that changed my thinking. So everybody said that, they have to take the time the day before, they have to get a rest, and because, you understand? As long as you're fit, you get ready for the game on Saturday.
So apparently you do not believe in science then?
It's a different sport, Sammy. It's basketball. It's a different sport.
Yeah.
But Sammy,
basketball.
Sammy, you have still not answered my question. If you're playing Saturday, how intense would Friday be?
Well, it would not be intense. I will do my work.
Intense? Hold on. Look at the column dominant muscle contraction. Don't you think there is a reason there for that? Because that comes down to the question that I asked you and the response that you're giving me.
Guys,
because there's a reason it would not be intense on Friday, and that is what that is showing. So it
Mr. Bellas,
whatever moment you go to deal with,
Mr. Bellas,
will not be an intensive moment.
Mr. Bellas,
yes, good night, Mr. Stowe. Give me Mr. Stowe a piece because
Bellas, let me answer Bellas first now. Mr. Bellas, may you start coaching? It's 30 years of coaching I do, Mr. Bellas.
Yes.
Oh, me just come,
Time to retire.
No, I not even question.
No, I retired already.
I'm not questioning that. And you and I probably have been in it 30 years too.
See, Bellas, that's why I say it has to be, everything has to be walked through practically. So if you do it practically, your last day, all you're doing is shadow play and walk through and do whatever you have to do.
But you agree with the activation there. But that is what activation is. Patrick, that is what activation means.
Yes, you're just activating. You're just instigating.
Hold on. What is activation? Getting yourself in the mood, almost a reflection of what you want to do the next day.
You're going to do the day before.
But what we are saying, that is going to be your session plan for that day. So what is on the screen there is your map that you draw out from to prepare your session plan.
I know what on the screen, and I know how to develop a session plan from that. My point is, do the coaches and do they understand that?
But that is why we are having that discussion for us.
Exactly. So here's what you should do. Here's what I'm trying to do. How about if, Theon, you develop an actual lesson plan with your coaching points at every moment of your session?
What is on the screen there is not a session plan.
I know that,
not a session plan.
Exactly.
Now, a session plan is something different.
It's different. The session plan is your practical at the field, is what you do.
For the day.
That's exactly what you do.
For the session, yes.
This all is complicated to a lot of coaches.
This is not
take a good session plan for each day. They will simply understand what you're coaching. That's all I'm saying.
Just give me 30 seconds to respond to this gentleman here, and then you come in. Sammy.
Okay.
Sammy.
Yeah.
Who is the man who say we just make we coaches feel like they don't, and we players?
Patrick.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Stu. Go ahead.
No. Slow down.
Go ahead, Mr. Stu. Go ahead.
No.
He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that.
Here's the deal.
Go ahead.
No, Mr. Stu, I love to hear you, but
Man, Stu got to wait. He's a
This is my point. Here's my point. You have to clarify things, and then the guys will learn it.
Who here is disagreeing with that? Nobody here is.
Have you ever brought? Nobody here. Have you showed them a lesson plan of how this is going to go?
Sammy, could you answer that for me, please?
Yeah, I've never seen a lesson plan on
Sammy, could you answer that for me, please?
No. But have you? No. I want you to tell me.
He said, if I've ever done a session plan ever before.
No, that's not what I said. I said, could you take one of these days? Break it down into a session plan so players and coaches will understand it. That's what I said.
Okay, cool. But here's my point to that. The issue with that is my game model, your game model, or whoever game model.
We know that, Theon. We know that.
Can I finish?
Patrick.
Can I
no,
finish?
but I know that. That's a given. It's your plan.
Can I finish?
It's your plan.
Can I finish?
We know that. Yeah.
But can I finish? So I am trying to see, to get the coaches there to do that, they have to understand what is here. My session on Monday is going to be rest. My session on Tuesday is going to be based on sub-principles, and the intensity is going to be less, going to focusing on recovery. Then, based on my game model, I will bring out the sub-principles, etc., etc. Okay.
Still talking sub-principles. Here's how they'll understand it.
Jesus Christ.
No. Just listen to this. See, this makes sense.
Mr. Gordon,
no. Show them the model and they put it up against what you have. They'll understand things better.
Language. We have to use the coaching language.
All I'm saying is, no. Could you one last thing, and I'll shut up. If you shut up the lesson plan, they will go back now and see how it's connected to what you're saying, and they'll understand the whole concept better.
Patrick, you cannot have the lesson plan before you have what is on the screen. Your lesson plan comes from what is on the screen.
You're missing the point. I know that. All I'm saying is create the lesson plan from this, give it to them, let them go back now with the lesson plan and put it up against what he had before.
I have not seen the rest of Theon's presentation, but how are we to know that lesson plan would not follow that?
Guys, listen to me.
What did you say?
Why you all using the word?
How are we to know that the lesson plan will not follow that? I have not seen the rest of Theon's presentations. So maybe he's going to tell us
just one lesson plan for a day, how he will do it for his team.
It's not a lesson plan.
And then they will go back to everything that's on the wall and understand it better. Okay, Mr. Stowe, I'm done. Mr. Stowe, you're on.
Before Stowe come in, forget about our lesson plan. And our lesson plan is ancient. The moments of the game, guys.
But the moments of the game you use to prepare your lessons.
You all don't listen to me.
You guys are crazy, man. You guys
forget about that word lesson plan.
Bro, it's all in your lesson plan. It's
the modern thing is
they will look at the lesson plan and they'll understand what you're talking about.
No.
They'll understand the theories.
So go ahead, please. So go ahead. Go ahead. So go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
Mr. Stowe is waiting. Mr. Stowe.
Good night, guys. Good night, gentlemen.
Which one is to this?
Man, this is Rod Stowe.
Oh, okay, Rod.
Stowe from Beckwith. Right. But I was following you guys on Facebook and listening to the back and forth argument and so on. I really have to comment.
Is that argument?
You see this? Well, okay.
It's discussion. Everybody around it's not argument.
My apology. Discussion.
All right, good.
Discussion.
You could tell today is the first time.
Go back and listen. This is recorded. If you go back and listen to it, you'd hear why I said argument.
If you've been in Mr. Stowe, if you've been here for the past,
could I?
Go ahead, Stu. Go ahead, Stu.
Could I say my thing, please?
Go ahead, Stu.
Tactical periodization. Excellent presentation, Mr. Gordon. And this thing that you have on the screen that I'm looking at, this is not Mr. Garden thing. Eh? I think we need to, all of us need to do our research. Periodization is very important. This for 5 days training that you indicated. One is arrested because you had a game on Sunday. This for 5 days probably training. Yep. You can minimize this to probably 3 days. It depends on how many days you're training, but you can just simply determine what you're going to do in your days of training. This is a guideline that you're going to follow. Gone are the days when we guess and we go and we train persons. This is to make sure that whatever you teach, whatever training you conduct with human beings, that they adapt and you maximize and you get maximum performance out of players when they go to the game to play the game eventually. So this is not these terms that Mr. Gardner using. Maybe you might see tactical periodization presented by somebody else and they're different terminology, but basically meaning the same thing, same principle, same idea. This you do not teach to the players. You're not going to tell them about intersectional and sectorial groups and so on. This is for coaches understanding. This is your roadmap. This is your guideline so that when you make your plans, your daily plans and so on, based on what you're going to do and the different specific days and so on, which is of course you're guided as to how big is your group and so on, how intense is your activity going to be and so on as you go get closer to match day and so on. You have a guide as to what you're doing. So when you go to the field, you're carrying, of course, you have your plan. You carry your plan to the field, and you're teaching the players, you're explaining things and so on. And Mr. Sammy, your principles that you're talking about, those 4 principles, they are always within your sessions when you're teaching. So whatever principles you're teaching, there are moments in the game when you're going to have to go in and stop the game and reinforce the principles, remind the players and them about the principles. So if your team losing because you're not pressing when you think you want to be, they should be pressing or they're not compact enough and so on, find sessions during the different times that you have your training to ensure that you work on the different principles and so on. That's basically what this thing is.
No, Mr.
About. So I'm sorry that I'm coming over like if I'm arguing. Sorry about that. Yeah?
Hold on this though. So you're saying, can I ask a question? You're saying, right? You looked at the pressing principle there. So you were saying, was it a specific group of players that he needs to look at? If it's a specific group of players, what we're looking at there is not a particular sector, a specific number, a small number. And then we look at how those associate to the other.
Correct.
Guys, listen to the man.
Exactly.
When we teach in the game.
And it cannot be too much in isolation. There's only one ball, and the ball can only be on one area of the field, and all 11 players are not going to run and flock at different to that one ball. So wherever the ball is, and if you think that in that area, when we have possession and that part of the field, in that area of the field, that we're not doing what we're supposed to do, then go and teach your principles in that area and look for the key players within that area that is required when you take a sector of your players from that area. Go and take those key players and make sure you develop your plan or your session around those key players. Of course, you need opponents as well to make sure the thing is more game-like and it's realistic and so on. So you put it in your opponents and so on, and you teach that concept or that principle, whatever you want to call it. Mr. Carrington.
Mr. Sto, hold up, Mr. Sto.
Why I don't want to be teaching the thing, this is Mr. Garden thing, but this is
no. You just saying. Wait now. So you just answer you just listen and answer the question, man. You're running away.
Mr. Garden. Mr. Garden.
You're not running away. Just wait now.
Thank you for.
Sto, let me tell you something, right, Mr. Sto.
Right? Sto, don't go. I got to talk to you before you go. Go ahead, Sammy. Go ahead.
When you have when you teach this methodology, right, it's based around 4 areas, right? It's attacking, defensive, And the one that Tian was talking about, transition. Right. So this is what, I mean, Tian, you spoil the whole thing. This is what you should be focusing on, because since you started this Zoom, this is what you started with all along. This is your model. This is what you believe in every week. You understand? So you have to go back, research this thing the other way. And let's
no, Mr. Carrington,
I'm not sure what it's
Mr. Gordon do not need to go and do any research on this thing. 10 years down the road, there's going to be something else that science is going to, some other model, some other methodology of doing things. Okay, let's spin up. That this that we're looking at now will become redundant. Let's thank you very much. We all need to keep abreast in ourselves. No matter how many years we've been coaching for, we need to keep abreast of things and so on, so that we okay with what is modern football. Hold up.
I just want to say something.
No, Patrick, you wait. You don't, Mr. Stowe, you talking about modern football, right? Is still hearing me? Hello?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you, but I'm listening.
Okay.
You speak, I listen.
They came to us, right? CONCACAF, right? And they told us, we have to do the club licensing, right? We ain't do it. Or we refuse to do it. Whereby, there has to be a pathway to the senior team. Okay? Whether it starts with the club, whereby you have to have the under 12, the under 14, the under 16, the under 18, the under 23, up to the senior team club. So, when we mention periodization, there has to be some sort of development. So is it for long term? Or is it for Sunday?
Can I say something?
Wait. Don't rush me, Patrick. Yes,
land, body, land, let him land.
Okay.
With all of you guys talk about, so we have to, you all talk about science. We don't even have if a man get hurt, you don't even have a man to patch up his leg. And you all talk about science and stuff like that. Even though he's much overload and, who we have to tell him, okay, everything's, there's nothing in place. So when you all talk about science and you're looking at this screen here, there's a lot of things that we're lacking in our game. You understand what I'm trying to say? So you can't implement this and you don't have your U12 team, there's no pathway. We're jumping from 17 to the senior team. Oh, that's true.
You see, Mr. Stowe, I just want to Mr. Stowe, you said some good things. And here's the point I was trying to make. You see how we make things so difficult? You did say the lesson plan is the thing that really simplifies everything we're seeing, correct? And that's practical practice at the field. Mr. Stowe, you there?
I'm listening to you every day.
Right, but your lesson plan is how you...
This chart, this information guides you as to what is it you're going to focus on.
It's your lesson plan that communicates all the complicated big words. Am I right?
And your lesson plan and my lesson plan dealing with the same principle would not necessarily be the same.
I didn't say the same. You're missing the point. It's not the same. I know that. But
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
All the big words and the big.
Could I just add another thing? I need to allow Tian to do this thing.
Yeah.
Tactical periodization is not just for soccer only or football. Tactical periodization is in athletics, cricket, netball, basketball.
Mr. Stowe.
Mr. Gordon. Stowe, we ain't doing basketball, we didn't football. We forgot about basketball now.
Mr. Gordon.
Yes.
What I'm saying is
there is a guy who is with the I think the forerunner, the person behind tactical periodization. Is Bumper is his name or something? You ever heard about that guy?
Bumper?
All right, you guys continue with your discussion. I bring a book.
Yeah. No, but Mr. Stowe, don't okay.
Yes.
And the point Stowe was making, and it's a simple point I'm trying to make. I'm just saying is when it's all science, What a coach. You're going to take your lesson.
We mean.
I disagree. Sports is not driven by science. I disagree, Mr.
Not in the sense.
Sports is driven by science.
I'm saying is everything here could be simplified. That's what your lesson plan is, and taught to the boys.
That's science, Patrick.
We know
that's science. Patrick, why do you invent things to win an argument? Why do you invent your own things to win an argument, Patrick?
I would like to say something when I get a chance.
So, Patrick, stop inventing things to win your argument, right? What presentation, what was to summarize, right? It makes perfect. I'm listening. It makes perfect sense. You and Sammy come with things to win some argument. Sammy, if these things wow you, you will not shoot him. If you're wowed by these things, these are like things that Theon researched and brought here. They're not new things. Theon didn't invent them. I know these things. I'm grateful that Theon presents them because I get.
Let me ask a question. Okay, Mr. Mohan, you know these things, right? Do you practice your methodology? Is it practical? Periodization? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
But half of these things people do all the time.
Patrick,
let me talk to Sammy. What Theon presented and what to summarize and what Bella said, all these things are regular things that coaches do. We're high-level coaches. Regular things. I don't know what's amazing about these things to you, right? These are regular things every day.
It's not been amazing, I'm telling you, there's 4 moments of the game when he mentioned this.
Sammy, we know all the Sammy, what Theon presented and what's to summarize what Bella said, what I'm saying, right? You and Patrick go and bring things to the argument. These things that Theon said, they're nothing new. No, he's just showing us a structure.
I gotta stop you there. That's not true. Don't say that. Don't tell me I'm creating arguments. I just simply make
Patrick, you just invent stuff, Patrick.
No.
Patrick,
let's get it right. All I'm saying is these things are not. I'm saying the same.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
You take your lesson plan, and this is how you communicate these concepts to the players.
This has nothing to do with the players. This has nothing to do with the players. This has nothing to do with the players. Yes, Vicky. Yes, Vicky.
May I?
Yes, Vicky. Yes, Vicky. Yes,
I would like to. Hello. Yes, I would like to just give my quick observation.
Go ahead.
I see that, like usual, a lot of people are saying the same things.
Yes.
And not realizing they're saying the same things. This I see as a pattern. So I agree with Theon. I agree with Mr. Stowe. I agree with some things that Sammy's saying and Patrick as well. This is a guideline. The point of this Zoom today is to present a guideline to help the coaches prepare. This isn't specifically to create a lesson plan for whatever sub principle you want to discuss. You can fill that in as you want, X, Y, Z. This is just to help you prepare a guideline to kind of get you to understand what's ahead in the week. That's all it is. It's not even, this is just a week-to-week thing. It's not even from August to August. It's not even a yearly thing. That's another type of preparation. And actually, I think we've done Zooms for that. I don't remember the name of it.
Yes.
But we've done Zooms for
Chester did it. Chester Morgan did it.
Yes. Okay. I remember his name. And I can go back and look at my notes. So the thing that, so I think we agree on that. I also want to say is that the words here, the terms could be new to different people. We all grow up learning different things. Like I grew up learning, I played as a fullback, but other people called it defense. I grew up, learning that some people called midfielders link. So we all grow up learning different names, right? These are just a few new names, and with some repetition, they will become very simple to use. We just need to train ourselves a little bit. And yes, most of these terms aren't for the players. They're mainly for us. So then Patrick is saying that then you do translate into terminology that's a little simpler that they might learn. But as the players become more elite and more knowledgeable with the coaching terminology that we have, they can actually learn this, especially the older ones. When we start discussing more tactical concepts, they can start actually learning. You can start transitioning some of these terms so that you explain it to them, because some practices will be more tactical. There might be just game watching sessions, right? And so you might go into some of these things. So that's important to understand and even expect, because you're teaching them, and the more that they learn, the more confident they're going to be when they when they implement this on the field. So I think it's a matter of understanding that, hey, we're all going to progress in some way, and then slowly we're going to learn these, and then little by little we can teach the coaches, the new coaches, and little by little we can teach the players to understand what the new coaches are doing, and little by little some of those players might become the coaches, and then they're going to be even more confident, and then the development of the youth system is going to be even faster.
Thank you, Vicky.
Vicky.
Thank you, Vicky.
Vicky.
I will say, and on Patrick's side, sometimes it's easier to see it if you create a one lesson plan, because
Vicky,
it might be easier, but that's what I see.
In practical periodization, I never hear the word lesson plan yet.
I'm sorry, say that again, Sammy?
I never hear the word lesson plan in practical, periodization yet.
Right. That's the thing, is that this really wasn't about a lesson plan. Okay, it was just
everybody's saying lesson plan and all that, the moments of the game.
Sammy,
this is what it's all about. Whether it's offensively or defensively.
But Sammy, my point is, you're getting caught up in these terminologies. If you take this stuff,
but this is the methodology of the game.
You have to coach it. You have to coach this to your players at the field. And this is my point. This is where the lesson plan comes in.
Patrick,
you're creating a big thing out of nothing.
Patrick, this
all could be simplified, and you teach your coach. You get this thing about period.
Can I ask all
the time?
Can I ask
question, Theon?
Go ahead.
I am not firing at Sammy. I'm just looking at clarification, because I want to agree with Sammy about the moments of the game. Sammy, let's agree that in offense is going to be playing from the back, correct?
Okay.
Sammy?
Yeah.
Right. And that ball leaves the keeper and goes to your right fullback. Yeah? If your right fullback is doing something that is improper, what are you going to do with that right fullback? You're going to work on him. Is that correct?
No. Huh? You try to put words in my mouth.
No, I am saying if that right fullback.
You tell me what you want to do. You tell me, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay. If that right fullback is doing something improper, as a coach, we have to correct him.
Okay.
So that means that we're working on the sub principles. If that right fullback is not getting support, either from the right half or the right forward, because they're not doing what they're supposed to do, we need to work on these 3 persons. So it means that we're moving from the sub principle into the sub principle. And if that team is not following as a whole to make sure that we move in unison to make sure that ball leaves the back and get to the front, we have to work with a larger portion of the team, 8, 9, 10 players, which brings us into the principles of the game. Yes.
Offensively, when your team play, you know what I'm looking for? What do you do with the ball?
What does who do with the ball? Is it the player or the team? What does who do with the ball? Is it the player with the ball or the team?
No, your team. Your team. What does your team do with the ball?
It's not. But Bella's too. It's not so much what your team. Bella.
Yes.
What is any right back supposed to do when he gets the ball? What is he taught?
You're coaching to win the game on a Sunday. When you're in that situation offensively, or in transition offensively. What do you do? This is what I want you guys to discuss, and you are not discussing that.
But Sammy,
oh, we're not. Hold on. All right. Hold. What you guys are talking about is not for tonight. So let me just kill that talk one
exactly.
time. Right? Let me just kill that one time. So again, this is the map in which you can use to plan your sessions. All right? End of story. So to reduce the guessing about next week, 3 weeks from now on a Wednesday, I know for sure I'm going to work on principles, sub-principles. This is all this is saying. Every Wednesday, every Thursday, this is what I'm working on. These groups, these specific groups. Whatever it is, we do that. That's all it's saying. This is how this methodology works. If you have a different methodology, it's fine. The discussion is around tactical periodization. This is how they break down their philosophy and how it is done. Yes, Mr. Stu.
I just wanted to give the name of a text with regards to periodization that we can do some extra reading on. It's called Periodization Training for Sports. And the author is Tudor, Tudor, Bompa, Bompa. He has a PhD, and there's another guy who co-authored the book with him. It's Carlo A. Buzzichelli. Carlo A. Buzzichelli. The book is called Periodization Training for Sports by Theodore Bompa. If you go on what is this the Amazon, you can find this book.
So
there are lots of other books.
Why don't you give me a quick thing about this book? Since that you're endorsing this book, tell me a little bit about the book now.
It reinforces. I can't do that.
What does it do? What does it do?
Mr. Alexander, I see your hand, but just let me move forward here, please, and then I'll let you.
Suggestion of text that we can read.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Stu. I will try to get a look at it. Thanks. Wow, I was a long one. Now we looked at the conceptual matrix in terms of the game model and what needs to be done. But how do we look at the other side of it in terms of the principles of the training within the week? How do we develop the players along the methodology of technical periodization? So the training principles of technical periodization is what we're going to look at now. So the methodology behind which, what do we look for? So first, the session must have a level of specificity. It must have a level of propensity. It must be systematic and a systematic repetition. Must have complexity in progression, so move from simple to complex. We must consider fatigue and concentration levels, and we must consider performance stabilization. Now, when we talk about specificity, what we're talking about is the content of the practical session should represent our game model, our playing style, and realism of the game. So when we say specificity, we have to look at the game model and our playing style. What we train must reflect what our game model is and what our playing style is. We cannot do random exercises that do not apply to what we are trying to do in our game model. So the session must be specific to the game model and the playing style. When we look at the propensity, what we're looking at is we need to create practice session in which the desired action occurs frequently. So yes, we are specific to what we're doing, and we must have this being repeated consistently over and over within the session. Reason we're doing that is so that we can get this action to become automatic. Now, when we look at systematic repetition is what we look at in the chart before. It is systematic because we know every Monday what we're doing, every Tuesday what we're doing, every Wednesday what we're doing. We know what we're going to do. What varies will be the exercises and how it is done, or what particular moment of the game that we're looking at. But in all the session, all of the moments of the games must come out, and they must be specific to our game model and its style. They must be repeated frequently, and it must be systematic, meaning the sessions have to be similar across the weeks so that the players can learn the actions quicker and it becomes automatic for them. All right, so we look at, again, complex progression. So there must be moving from simple to complex. So from the sub-principle to the sub-principle to the main principle. This is what we were discussing a while ago. The sub-principle, the sub-principle is us working with the individual player. The sub-principle is working in groups, and the main principle is working in the team. Each of these must be related. So it has to be specific, it must be repeated in the propensity, and it must be systematically repeated. All right? And then we can even look at it in the context of from high to low priority. So while we are moving from simple to complex, we have to look at it in terms of what is of most priority to us, what is of low priority. For example, Mr. Hahn made mention of this 3 weeks ago. If he had the national team, he would have focused on the defense and the defensive line and how to work. So that in itself is him focusing on what he thinks is of high priority. But within focusing on that particular part, he has to look at it from simple to complex. So he has to look at the individual player, how he defends, the group, how they defend, and the team, how they defend. That's the general concept. Now we have to look at the fatigue and concentration level. So the training load is key. And when we look at the training load, we look at the physical load as well as the concentration load. A lot of the time when we look at fatigue and concentration, we only focus on the physical side and not the mental side, right? We also have to consider, does this session have a lot of decision making for the player? If there are a lot of information being presented, the player will become fatigued mentally. Now, one of the things that we do not consider, and a lot of the times, is that we might say, oh, our team is not fit, and we'll focus solely on the fact that they are not running. Is it that the players are fatigued mentally because of the amount of decisions they had to make? So, for example, St. Vincent versus Curacao. New movement, new players, new action, new sub-principles by Curacao that these players never experienced before, that is what was said, would have caused them to be fatigued and lose concentration quicker because a lot more decision making had to be done. How do we do this? We have to take into consideration in our training session that we have to also give the players a lot of decision making to be done so that it translates over into the game, so that their fitness level, which is not just physical, but also mental as well, they can concentrate for a longer period of time. And again, performance stabilization. Training load is evenly distributed across weeks at the same intensity. At the same intensity. There are no high and low weeks. Day-to-day practice should be designed to enhance specific physical components. The traditional way is 1 week. This is a low week if in preseason, for example. We have low, high, medium, high, until we get into the actual force competitive game. What the technical periodization is recommended is that all the sessions across the board for preseason, for example, carry the same intensity that we would want in our game model. There's no high and low and whatsoever. Within the week, we divide it based on what we saw in the slide just gone. So that's the context in which you're gonna look at your specific training session. So while I may have just given you a roadmap, these are the principles that you also have to consider while developing your training session. Mr. Alexander, you are free to go ahead now. What is key as well in the performance stabilization is that what tends to happen is we are in the traditional way, we are saying that we're trying to get our athletes to peak at a specific time. Within the tactical periodization, what they are not considering peaking at any time. They are considering every player should be ready for every game, every week, and be at the same level for every week. It is not to peak at a given time or to be low or high at a given time. At all times, they must have the same intensity. Any questions from anyone? Any comments? No? All right, so we can move on. There a question? Is someone in the chat? Theoretically, it sounds good, but you have to define the cycles and the understanding of the 3 cycles. All right, I agree with you. But what the focus on this particular session was about was the general, and that's why I named it a brief view of what tactical periodization is. The other cycles, which will be the master cycle, the micro cycle, and everything else, we looked at it in another session before, but it wasn't tailored specifically to the tactical periodization. But I agree with that particular statement that you made. Now, a question one would ask when we get a job or when we have to coach: what is your performance vision? What do you really see? And when we want to answer this question, we have to look at what are the tactical solutions? How are we going to play in the different areas of the field? What are we going to do? All right, what system are we going to use? What are the structures we're going to use? What are the players we're going to use? What is the way we're going to play? This is how we're going to define basically what is our performance vision. This is how we see the team playing. Now, each tactical solution gives birth to a tactical demand. Let me go that again. Every time you think about a player doing a specific task, it also has a tactical demand. All right. What are the demands of the game you want to play? Have you ever considered this? Do I want overlapping wing backs? Do I want stay-at-home wing backs? Do I want my 8 to be a box-to-box, or do I want him to stay? Each of these tactical solutions gives rise to a tactical demand, which in turn will reflect in all of the different aspects of the game. So the tactical demands that you place in your game model obviously would have a response in the technical demands of the players, in the offensive organization, the defensive, contesting for possession, transition, etc. And similar, this tactical demand or solution that you want will have a physical demand on the player, and it would also have a psychosocial demand on the player. So while we're trying to define our game model, and we want to look at tactical periodization, these are the questions we need to be able to answer and to solve. What type of players I would need, because once I decide I want to play a specific way, it has a technical demand, it has a physical demand, and it has a psychosocial demand. Hence the reason in every session, you are training all 4 based on the tactical solution that you want to create. So what is tactically desirable must be technically possible. So we might want to have a specific tactic that we want to play, but it must be technically possible by the players. And when we say technique, we're not just looking at the fact that they are able to control, no, but can they do it consistently? And this goes back to the point before, which we refer to as fatigue and concentration. When we talk about fitness, we are talking about the player's ability to recognize or to communicate with the other players, make a decision and execute it throughout the entire game. It is not singled out by any one particular thing. It must be walked across the board. So you have to understand, there must be an understanding of the relevant skill set as a result that you want this tactical solution or you want this tactical demand. There must be a specific skill set for each of the different players. Clearly defined requirements. What do I need? How do I get them? And we know, this is where, if Sammy had given me a chance, but I learned before, this is where now, once we have defined this, we now start to design our curriculum of how we are going to code. We have to look at what are the tactical solutions, what do we want? Because once we have a tactical solution, there's a tactical demand. And as a result, it defines the structure and the system and the way we play. And if it defines the structure and the way we play, then there's a technical demand on the player in each of the different facets. There's a physical demand on the player, and then there's a psychosocial. And the way we're going to train them throughout the week must be reflective of all of these things that we're talking about. I will pause here for any questions.
Bellas, to see what he's talking about. You think I know what he's talking about, Bellas? Eh? You think I know what he's talking about? Eh? Go ahead. Answer me now. You can't.
So
I know what I'm talking about.
Let's enjoy the session. Let's enjoy the session, Sammy.
So there's a question I was asked, which was in the chat. Is tactical periodization including all of the cycles? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. What it is saying is it works the same way across each week. So if you have listened to the commentary by most pundits as it relates to Mourinho, or if you've watched him over the years, after 2 years or going into the third year, you recognize the drop in the levels of his teams. It is believed it is because of the high demand of his tactical periodization that the players become burned out after 2 years. So that is an argument as well that is put forward based on that. Any questions, any comments? Let's see a question in the chat again. Recovery, yes, there is recovery, but it is based on the game. When you have the game, when was your last game? So for example, the day after your game, that is your rest day. The loading becomes, it starts from low and then medium, then high, then you fall back down progressively. Yes, please.
That question, there's a follow-up. That question was asked, I think, in relation to Mourinho. The new rest, you put that back in the chat. That was asked in relation to Mourinho. Because I suspect where you were going in the response. You thought that had to do with the cycles. Yeah. I thought so too until you put the other piece in the chat.
Yes. So back to the Mourinho point, we looked at again, the fatigue of the players is not just physical, it is also mental. If the coach is relentless every single week, on and on and on, and the players are not accustomed to this, obviously they will become tired mentally. And as a result, the concentration level drop during the game, the performance level drop, confidence drop, team level drop, you begin to lose games. Right? So that's the context in which we look at the tactical periodization. Conclusion. So tactical periodization is not just a training methodology. It is a way of thinking and understanding the game of football in its logical structure, considering its chaotic and complex nature. While there are some absolutes that, according to this methodology, must be followed, like the game model and the methodological principles, tactical periodization allows a lot of room for the art of coaching, which is the coach's unique style on how to make the methodology operational. As Victor Fraude states, the formal side of tactical periodization is likely to be captured by many people. But it is not there that lies the key. The key lies in the way you make the operational, make operation the formal side in the embodiment. This is where the coach, the one who manages, has to be important every day. He must be the person who brings everything that is favorable to the qualitative growth of the process towards a future that we aspire to be. Something that makes sense. Here ended the session for today. Any questions?
Yeah, just one more to set me the tactical periodization for youth football. Because I know anything about that. And it seems like he have it because he said he have it. So Mohan, could you share it for us, please? Mohan? Hello, Mohan. You on?
Sammy.
Yeah.
Just come and email you.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And Sammy, guess what? You need to come to this when I coaching. Come see how I coach. Just so I could do better. Since you.
No, Mohan. All I'm asking for, right, is there tactical periodization for youth football? Could you send it to me, please?
Sammy, you can't handle my 11. So you retired already, Sammy. You can't handle my 11, Sammy.
No, I'm asking it. So let me ask you now. You work in an academy, right?
Of course, I'm a technical director.
Right. So that goes down towards the whole academy, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, just send it to me, man. That's all I'm asking for. Me ask for nothing else.
Boy, that's my intellectual property, Sammy. You pay for that. Sammy, we need Sammy.
I need a tactical periodization for youth football.
You need to come and see it actually put in place. The Chile States. I'll buy a plane ticket. But you have to pay for a hotel.
And how come he can't share so much information? And he had to come no way. He ain't asking for nothing.
Sammy, since you're so enamored by this thing, you need to come and see it because all of what Theon's saying, and every week you're like it's so amazing. You gotta come see face because what Theon's giving you is to help you.
It's so amazing.
Still believe. Still believe. It's
so amazing to me. Hello.
Every week, you say Theon should be this, should be that, it should be technical because all information.
Fighting up himself.
Every week you say to something, we all hear you saying that Theon should be the czar of soccer service because all information. So since and this.
So you don't think it should be?
You know what we know we do every day. So if you think it's so amazing,
you do every day.
You don't think on paper will help you. You gotta come and see for yourself. Come see how it's actually done. Observe, sit back, relax, watch it.
All right. I just come. Right. I just come. What's the name of the academy?
Huh?
What's the name of the academy?
Don't just come this in no matter buy a plane ticket.
No, why name of the academy? Just let me know.
I can't reveal that. It's an underground academy. Come this year. I buy a plane ticket, right? And you come down and you come see our ball rolling.
ball rolling. Yo, this is an interesting topic tonight, boy. I think this is our most controversial topic ever.
Why controversial?
It ain't controversial.
It's controversial, man.
Because I just think that, it was an important topic. You understand? And this is Theon King. Theon believe in this.
Sammy, don't do that.
No, I'm telling you. But Theon, when you look at it, all the sessions, that you have, like for example, with the pressing and stuff like that you believe in. You understand? And I'm saying all along,
I wouldn't want to believe that I have ever imposed my way.
No, is that matter imposing your way? Is that matter imposing your way?
Suggested to anybody how to coach, what to coach. What I would believe I have been doing was present different ways you can do stuff. So, for example, I only presented tactical periodization to them. I could have done global analytical global. I could have used simple to complex. I could have used individual group team methodology. I could have also used simple to complex, simple. There's a lot of different methodologies I could have spoken about, but I just chose this one tonight. But you figured this is what I like. But the context with all of them is the same. We need to know what our game model is, and we build and we train based around that, and we teach around that. That is the idea. And based on the reality that we live, we use whichever best suits us. That's how I think. For me, what we are missing is how to teach. How to teach and how to bring across the game. But we can't teach if we really don't understand what we want from the game. As in, what do I really want in the defensive tour? What do I want in the middle tour? What do I want in the attacking tour?
Theon.
Yes, sir.
Theon. You hear me? You hearing me now?
Yes, sir.
That was my whole point all night. How do we translate all that stuff we're talking about and simplify? What does it look like at the field? That's all I'm saying all night. Because no matter what we do in all your sessions, everything comes back to the players on the field. That's all I'm saying. So whatever you talk about cycles and this and that, how do we explain it to the players? On the field itself, what does it look like? Tell me, that's all I'm saying. What does it look like? Because all that stuff has to be translated and properly coached. Everything.
Patrick.
But
you're in a game situation.
No, Sammy, let me finish. That's all I'm saying. The other thing is, look, Stowe made a very important point I was trying to impress on you guys. You talk about the whole field, the whole team. But you can't talk about the whole team and neglect what's happening around the ball moment to moment. This is a game of moments. The game is played where the ball is at the time. Yes, it's the whole team and everybody else has to react. First, coach what happens to the ball. Whether it's defensive or offensive. What happens to the ball when you have it? The immediate ball. So left back gets it.
And what happens to the ball when you lose it?
The offense. How does it get from the left back to move on? All I'm saying is how those things, it's practical stuff. How do you teach it on the field with the players? What does it look like? And I know how I would do it. I'm not saying everybody does it the same way, but I think the concept is eventually, and we know it, what does it look like?
Well, Patrick, most of the time, right? The team has to be capable of adapting to these new situations.
Sammy, that's a given. Sammy, that's a given. That's a given. We know that. We know that. But we know that.
That's why Theon said the cycles, the sub-cycles. So everything that what Simon just said and what Patrick just said, what Theon said encompasses all that. You deal with your right back and your right mid and your right center mid or right center back. What Theon said, everything you guys are saying, Theon summed it up. Then I had different versions. Like we said, we all saying the same thing.
Mohan, yeah, but I'm going a little further. I am saying, and it's simple. I'm saying if you simply, I know you can't take this to the field, but if you develop a lesson plan, it's your lesson plan, it's nobody else's. And now a person or a young coach takes that plan, then he goes back to what happens on a Monday on the site. Complicated stuff or all the terminology is now translated simply on your lesson plan and it tells you what you do. It's simple. That's all I'm saying. We talk about how do the groups connect, how you connect midfield to defense, or how those the terminology that Theon used, what happens when the ball is on the wing? How do the fullback, midfield react? All I'm saying is, all those things have to be taught. And here's why I say this. I didn't want to.
But that's what Theon said.
Yeah, I know that. But here's where I'm coming from. And I didn't want to say it before, but I'll say it now. Our national coach said the players didn't understand certain things on a high level. But my question now is, did he break it down to them, walk through it, and think whatever he's teaching, was it shadow played, broken down from what the single person support had?
I can't answer that. I can't answer that. I wasn't there.
I think what he was done.
Patrick, I can't answer that.
Okay,
I can't answer that. It's not happening.
Patrick, I think he was talking. Listen to me. I think he was talking about,
what?
There was not really a pathway towards, when it reached to him. They miss a lot of, what is the intermediate training and stuff like that.
Sammy, what I'm talking about has nothing to do with before it reached to him. I'm talking about he's got 11 players in front of him and he has to go and play a game. Don't blame whatever came after. You have enough technical skill.
Patrick, the way before Jody presented, right? Huh? The way before Jody presented his post medicine, Mercury mentioned, right, that that went at one point and they were training them and trying to get them to be fitter. They found that they got a certain threshold. They couldn't try to get them to be fitter. They found that they got a certain threshold. They couldn't get them beyond a certain threshold, right? And they found that. And then later on, Jody mentioned that some athletes then don't hit certain benchmark a certain age. So then when they're older now, no matter what, they cannot achieve something because they didn't hit such benchmarks. And Mercury addressed that. And I made a mental note of that, them saying, because of the diets, the prolonged diets, and the current diet, the past and present diet of these players, they couldn't get them to some level of fitness. So imagine now, you're a national team coach. You identify a style of play and the players you want for your system. And now you bring them now, and this system requires now a certain level of fitness. But when you start hitting them with that training to get them fit, you cannot get them beyond a certain threshold because of their diet. I got that from a Mercury program. Theon, you could probably back up on that, if you remember that program.
Yes, sir.
But
yes,
I thought that was very telling, because I said, so now after, and Bella mentioned all about the players you pick. And Patrick, you said mention, we get these players, we gotta get them fit. So what do you do? So what Sam is saying now, all that comes from everything from that is just one point, from the technical and tactical development of these players. I know what a hallowed player looks like. I see players at 12, 13 who didn't learn the game, who didn't get critical development at U10, U11, 12. And I see players come on the field U13, U14, and we can write them off right away because we're not gonna get these players to get beyond a certain threshold because they didn't have a technical and tactical understanding development at a certain age. So no matter how you push, pull, whatever,
okay,
you're going to be limited. I'm not saying you can't achieve anything with them. I'm just saying your results now.
Right. So we know all that. We know all that. Why then would you take very young players to World Cup qualifying?
Listen, man, I'm not going.
I'm just asking you. Here's my point. We know all that. We know all that. Yet still, I heard what's his name last time. What's his name again? And he was saying the same thing. When a player comes to St. Vincent and he's 24 years old, they look into the youths. In the prime of his career, he doesn't get the intensity to really fully develop, right? So we know all this. My point is, we in World Cup now is 2021. Considering all that, what do? Is that a coach's job to find the best way to do it? How would you do it, Mohan? Taking the players that we have now.
But Patrick, this is his.
No, I'm talking about Mohan. What are some of the solutions we could come up with? One Mr. solution Gordon, is using the more experienced players.
Ask your question. I send it. I type it.
I see it. I'm just waiting.
Okay.
You know, that's all I'm saying. Whatever you have in front of you, that you've got to find ways to do it. And I just personally think I saw the team. I don't think technical skills they're not the greatest, but not the best. I think things could be better. I just personally believe that. That's all I'm saying, especially considering everything. But you compound the fact when, you know.
I just think going forward, right?
Yeah, that's my point. It's okay, Sammy, you're the coach. You know the situation. What do you do when you pick the side? A coach's job is to create solutions.
I just want us to develop a constant, but it's 5, 6, 7 players, you know, a year, or every 2 years, or every 4 years, you know. But we're not doing that. You know, we are not sending out any players at all. You understand? And whether it's college, whether it's, you know, pros, we have to develop a player so we can send them out. So I'm thinking now, right? Honestly, you know, with this thing this topic here, right? Probably, you know, we should really concentrate on, you know, scramble like this. You know, a lot of you know, whether it's up to 16, and when they reach 16, we try to get them out to better coaches or something like that. You know, because clearly, you know, the coaching education is so important down there, right? And that is lacking. Right?
All I'm saying, Sammy, all I'm saying is football is still a very simple game. And no matter those players that I see there, I think they could be taught to how to.
Who's going to teach?
You could not even keep 5 passes.
Patrick, they have to be taught. Patrick, they have to be taught at the club level. Patrick.
Oh, Sammy. Okay, Sammy. All right. I got my concept and I know how I feel about
it. Sammy, empty the container, right? 6-year-olds up from between 6 and 12, critical age, right? So empty the container. You're on scrambler. Empty the container, right? And give everybody boots, right? We're going 3v3 from the 6 years old, okay? And then when they get we can lay it out. We're going from 4v4, 5v5. We gonna build them, but get them the equipment, right? And let me start with the 6-year-olds coming up.
Excuse me. Theon have the bad. He did it in the class 2 years ago.
Empty the container, man.
These guys have all the information, you know. That's the have it.
Tell me, we need container, we need boots, we need ball, we need empty the container. You have just scrambler. They go dry rotten. Come on. We need equipment.
No, I think he's going to do that. He's going to do that.
Yeah, we need equipment and then we criticize. Then after that, no, we criticize Theon. Do not.
No, we're not criticizing Theon.
But give the equipment first.
We'll never criticize Theon. All of this information that Theon is giving you, these are
basket.
Give Theon equipment now. Give Theon equipment, man. Give Theon equipment. Since you praise Theon, that will be mission. Give him the equipment.
Basket, you carry water.
Exactly. Theon, tell him what the key for the container and get the equipment and let's go to work. And just stop discussing the problem. Every week we discuss the problem.
No, man, we just want to develop players, you know, that we're not developing players anymore. We are not.
When did we do? Okay, if you're talking like that, Sammy, when do we do a play? What do we do to get players in the past? What do we do before to get players developed?
I disagree with you, sir. It's any different? No? Any different?
Well, nothing going on.
We go up on 3 goal was 3 and 3 and 4 and 4.
Yeah, nothing going on.
It ain't no different now.
Nothing going on.
It ain't no different now. The difference now is probably less children playing football. But the same.
Less children playing now? I don't know. I just think that, you know, at the professional level, you know, somehow we just got to get, you know, I mean, 16-year-old, you know, I mean, you know, 15-year-old.
Mr. Gordon.
Why are less children playing?
we don't play. Listen, okay.
Yes, sir.
With all of this stuff, right? With all of this stuff that you guys mentioned, right? When it really comes down to it, you know, how much games are they playing? You understand? They're not playing every Sunday. These are all kids. They're not playing every Sunday.
Sammy, it starts again for what is the objective? What is the objective? Again, keep telling you how to lay it out. Is the plan to win the World Cup and end up in the World Cup? If that is the plan,
that's not the plan. That could never be the plan.
So what the plan be?
The plan is to develop players so that they can, they can go away to college, get an education, and two, that they're gonna, if they're good enough, they could get a contract. I think that should be the plan. And I mean,
for what? For what? To what end? Exactly. I like how you pause it. Exactly.
It's not really pause, I mean.
Exactly my point.
Theon,
exactly my point.
Theon, the thing is, again, I like to simplify things. Forget about anything else. I have a team. Impressing them that every session, make sure you walk away and you improve on some aspect of your game. As that build up, regardless of where the team is starting, you have to see improvement on a game-by-game basis, regardless how bad you think the players are. If you don't see improvement, then they're not being taught properly. That's all I'm saying. I don't expect you guys to go beat in the US and everything right now.
But Patrick, before you reach...
But let's simplify the game. Don't tell me you can't teach these guys to string 5-6 passes together. Come on, man.
Patrick, look at it. Patrick, look at it.
I've been coaching all my life. I know I could do it. That's why I'm saying it.
Look at it.
You guys don't believe me, obviously, because it hasn't happened.
Patrick, look at it.
That's my point. And look at it. Look at the improvement. You don't have to be you don't have to go beat somebody big, but look at whether the team is moving forward or not, improving. And if that happens, eventually you start thinking about beating the big boys.
Patrick,
the other thing is,
Patrick,
let me finish, Sammy.
No, you always control
Sammy, the game is still a simple game.
How about the
and
club
you could
games?
teach the simple things.
Look at the club games, Patrick. Look at the club games, Patrick.
Sammy, I understand that, I see the club games. I've seen the club games. I've seen the high school games too.
This is where we have to start.
But Sammy, I'm talking about you are now in a competition. You can't just give up on them. There's something you could teach at least, because you wind up getting embarrassed.
What are you talking about?
If you know the situation, yeah, you take it step by step, and you just I think that
the answer is not starting at the top, Patrick.
I don't understand when you guys blame the clubs that I understand that part.
But we have to start at the bottom. We have to start someplace. You understand what I'm saying? I think we have to start at the bottom. Come on.
Empty the container. 6-year-olds.
Not easy. We have to think all about that. Easy. You talking about?
You say that every year. We're going to go back and start with 6 years or 7 years old, and then 10 years from now, we don't see the improvement.
Because we haven't done anything substantial. Like, if you put a program in...
Mohan, it starts with developing a culture, and that starts with your coaches, right?
Yeah, but all that... Patrick,
you could start in the top, because those players, you've got a captive audience there.
Yeah,
I believe those boys want to play, and with the right approach, they can learn. Now you use that as a model for the other coaches around the country.
Yeah, Patrick, yes, we're dealing with the top, dealing with the bottom, but what I'm saying, from my perspective, right? I'm a youth soccer coach. I develop players for a living. That's what I do, right? So what I see, St. Vincent, as Sammy said, they're not enough games, they're not this, they're not that. We could find a bunch of stuff. I coach in America. I see a bunch of issues in America, right? So everywhere you go, there are issues with the program, whatever formal and informal program that you have. What we need is to expose the kids when they're younger, so that they could get more touches on the ball and a better understanding of the game at a younger age. If we get players who understand the game and could handle the ball at a younger age, we have a better chance of defining our style of play, whatever style we choose to play. Right? So, just get players at a younger, the younger you are,
okay,
understand the game.
And what is that? What is it?
So Mohan, why aren't the coaches able to do that now then? Because I've been hearing this all my life.
Well, again, okay, so Patrick, you look at, so you and Sam and I, when it's states, right, and we see the structure. We see where they have a rec and they have travel and they have all that, right? So within that structure, right, despite the fact that I look at youth soccer in America and a lot of the coaching doesn't impress me, but the fact that they have a structure in place where the youth them have a platform, right, where they can go and showcase themselves with the twice a week practice for the weekend. The fact that that's there, right? In St. Vincent, we have, okay, example, Mr. Sardin has a program in St. Vincent. We've seen Mr. Sardin produce players from that program just by having a mere structure in place. What I'm for is enough structure to give your kids between 6 and 12 opportunities to show their technical skills, learn to understand the game. And if you have that at the base, where the pyramid is broader, if you have that, exposing the kids to the game, you're going to get, as they grow, you're going to get a better product to work with the national teams.
So how do you get that done practically? Practically, how do you do that with the coaches?
With the coaches,
how do you do that with the coaches?
So you remember when Jody was on? Jody asked a question about being allotted X amount of money, and if you would invest the money in a Usain Bolt type athlete or to compete.
Right, I remember that.
So like that now, you need to invest in the youth and have structure. You need to have the kids. We talk about grassroots program all the time. You need to have whether you approach it from the schools or the club, whatever way you approach it. And I can't stay here in the States and tell them what's the best way. I have to ask Theon and ask Virus and ask those guys on the ground down there what it will be. So I can't prescribe for you something. I can make suggestions, but Theon and Virus and those guys on the ground, I trust their word. So whatever we're gonna go, school and club, school or club, whatever. Go.
I think it has to be all of those, man. All of those.
Right. So you go in when they're young, and you have to give them enough opportunity where they could play. Whether it's 3v3, 4v4.
Well,
we need. So and Patrick, and in that now you're building culture, because you say we need a culture. So we're building that, and then now let me learn Sammy. Within that structure, you're giving young coaches opportunities to coach more and be exposed to because they have to provide the structure. More coaches now are developing. So you have a model, a sustainable model that produces players and develops coaches at the same time, right? And you're giving them weekend tournaments, opportunities to compete against. If today, Josh Young playing against Liu, Josh Young come on Liu, so on the 9, 10, 11, 12 playing.
What time are they? Where? What do we want to play?
Wait, Sammy.
What do we want to play? There's no facility for all that.
Sammy. You have parks all over, right?
Wait.
So just because Josh Young playing against Liu, the games could be anywhere. Whoever can facilitate the games, whatever, right?
And whatever.
Find ways.
We talking about youth level, right?
Yeah, you don't need a full park in the summer. You're talking about one park, you play 7 games. So one park, you're going across the 2 fields. So we're not talking about full-size pitches, right? You're talking about for 6, 7, 8, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds. You're talking about 6-a-side, 7-a-side soccer to get them more touches. So we're not even talking about getting an entire field to play a game. One field could play 2 games. Or maybe 3 depending on the field. Yes, sir.
We don't. But we came to a conclusion the other day. 3 weeks ago, the facilities, for them to use them. They play once a week. They play once a week on a Saturday or whatever.
Sammy. If we sit down with the ideas again, the guys on the ground, Theon and them on the ground, we could come up with ways to provide opportunities for these kids. It's possible. It's not gonna be like the US model exactly or the European model or whatever. It's a Vinci model.
They have the model already down there.
It's a Vinci model that gives our Vincentian kids a chance to play, and our coaches more opportunities to coach and develop their trade as coaches. And if we're doing that, we're producing players and coaches, it's sustainable. It's possible, but with the right thinking. But
Mohan, yeah. The problem is our coaches, you know.
Sammy, no, don't see the problems with our coaches, right? Because we have this thing, right? And I listen all the time. We have this us against them thing. I'm Vinci. I'm born and raised in Vinci, right? So I consider myself, I live in America, but I consider myself to be a Vinci. So we say about we don't have and they don't have, right? If we who are here in the States, right, who are exposed to more things, right? If we decide we want to help, the responsibility to come on this program, support the positive things, support what Theon is saying, be positive, and find ways to adapt the best principles from what we know to our island. So are we doing this? Are we gonna try? Are we gonna stop being negative and saying that can't work at this time we don't have? We know we don't have already, right? What we have enough knowledge, right? And coaches who experience in whatever country you are, whether we listen to Andrew Edwards in the Cayman Islands or Bella Sin from Lucia. We have enough of a knowledge bank or tank where we can draw from and come up with ways to provide more soccer for our kids. We have it. We need to stop discussing the problems and discuss how we're going to get solutions to get the soccer in there. And as we develop players, we need to develop coaches. We need that model. That's what we got to think about.
Listen, everybody focusing on the players and stuff like that, you know. But it's the coaches. The coaches.
Yes,
do they want to be developed? Are they putting themselves in a situation where they all of these things that you know we're talking about here to receive them?
Why should they do that?
But if they want to excel as a coach, if they want
they don't want to excel, so they don't want.
Right, and that's the problem. They don't want to excel.
So that is why I asked before. To what end? You're thinking of improving the football level.
Right.
Does our culture here in St. Vincent,
right,
are we a culture which wants to improve in football?
No.
So that's the conflict. That's the conflict. And I everything that you're talking about, we discussed it tonight. The player quality, the culture of the country, the coaching level, the methodology, the philosophy, all of it.
But your job, right, I think, I may be wrong, right, is to create something to make it work. And I know you have all of the information.
Yeah, but Theon,
yes, sir.
Despite the national culture, you could, football executives could create their culture by institution policies and consequences for not following those policies. That's the only way you guys are going to get anywhere. And I said it before. So we're talking about all this stuff.
Consequences for people who don't want to do better.
So you can't hang around with them then.
So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about finding the people who want to do it. Are you telling me that there's not enough coaches in St. Vincent who want to improve?
I totally agree with you that the federation needs to create policies.
You have to.
But the culture needs to be aligned.
Yes, but the policies is based on to overturn that culture. Okay, let me give you an example. What if the federation
yeah, I wanted to know when we're talking about a little bit about related to what we were typing in the chat, but when we're talking about the little kids, the younger ones, what do do families enjoy? I know kids do, but this comes down to parents. You know what their decision is, what their kids are going to do. Do families ever want to involve them in activities just to help them have fun, just for fun at those ages, just for fun? Beyond that, you know, I want them to be highly academic because that's the way to go for a business and to make a better life. Besides that, I understand that. Are there in between these ideas of just fun? Just fun. Like, right. Let me find something fun for, or is that not an opportunity? I don't know.
There is an opportunity. So I'll give you some context. Just like on the field, every part of the field functions differently, just like St. Vincent. If you're in the rural areas, what you would find is kids are always out there about playing, whatever. Physical activity. The issue with that is there's no structure. Structure in the sense of an organized system that allows for them to, so that you could see them move from A, B, C, D, E. They will play every single. As you get closer to the town, what you find happening is the kids participate less in physical activity because it is more dangerous for them to be outside because there's more vehicles on the road, so they can't be in the road. There are less playing areas. Parents don't want to allow kids to go out, and again reinforcing it again. In the rural and urban areas, there's a lack of structure. And even if there's a structure that exists, there may be few. And the amount of children that are available, everyone can't hold in the structure. So one, culturally, in each area, there are certain things that hampers this particular group. But what is consistent and what everybody's saying here is having a set structure to allow for development of group.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I think one of the key, as you said, it could be an opportunity. For example, the US used quote unquote soccer moms as their means of developing that particular culture that they wanted. And I think that is something that's lacking here. So when parents, what I've seen is that when parents drop their kids off, it's a babysitting activity, more or less, instead of, well, yes, it's a babysitting, but not seeing it in the context of football development.
And you're talking about which ages, you know, like 6 through 12, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah. And eventually, I think inevitably there are a lot of people who are going to not understand that until they see that, hey, you know, my son or my daughter is doing really well. And, you know, somebody approaches them and says, listen, you could actually have a pathway to a college or a national team or a professional, you know, life. And then it kind of lights a light bulb in their mind, but that they didn't think about before. But I would imagine that a lot of people, you know, don't have that in mind. Basically in St. Vincent, from what we've talked about before. But even if people look at it as, you know, a babysitting thing where you know, you drop them off and I got to go do grocery shopping, or I have to go pick up another kid, or I have to go do, you know, something else and then come back, which is a reality. We still have to make the best of that time to develop the kids the best, even if the parent is not understanding that.
I agree.
I believe.
Sammy, could I just offer a solution then? Because I don't care what the situation is. There's always a solution for something. It may not be perfect, but it's something. Could I say to you guys, start the structure at maybe 10 or 12 years old, when kids could leave the house on their own and go and play football? And then, let me just finish, right? And at least start it there. It's not ideal. It's not what you want. But to make something work, could you start the structure? And at that age, those boys that's when you know how they really love the ball, love the game, 10, 11 years old, and you go from there? Is that a possibility?
This is my contention with everything that you guys say. And it's based on the concepts that we looked at tonight. What you just explained to me there is playing in a triangle, which is playing in a specific area. We keep talking about under 10, under 6, under this. None of it works if the older players are not in a structure.
But you're starting to, okay, forget about the older players. I'm saying now.
I am saying again.
Right, but no, I'm saying from now. Start with the younger players and eventually.
I'm saying again.
We know they're not there. I know that.
Again. Look at it this way again. I'm going to explain it in terms of tactical periodization again. Think about St. Vincent as the whole, the collective. What do we want as a country? But what you guys are doing is breaking it down into a specific age group.
No, we're not doing that. All I'm saying is if the young kids down there, if the parents are holding them, if they can't.
All right, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Is that possible?
Who are you going to send your children to?
What was that?
Who are you going to send your kids to? Who?
Somebody.
What as I'm saying, that's providing the coaches that you have.
What coach?
Who coach them?
Who coach? Who's the coach?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Providing you have, well, it starts with the coaches. Coaches have to develop players. But we're talking about access to people.
Who?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Access to the kids.
Man, I just think.
I'm saying is if you can't develop a structure with them, okay, you'll have the coaches. Let's say we have the coaches. I'm just talking about the one theory, the one idea that you can't get the young ones to do it at a very young age. That's all I'm saying.
Patrick, are you going to allow your 8-year-old, your 10-year-old, female or male, to just go to the park with any old person to practice?
Well, if it's in a neighborhood and the coach is well known and is trustworthy, why wouldn't you?
And based on what I was saying to you so far, do you think that exists?
Well, we know nothing exists. What I'm saying is that's at least in terms of the kids themselves. Okay, we don't have the coaches. But if you say the younger kids, whatever coaches you have, then focus on the ones wherever you could start that could come and practice. That's all I'm saying. Coaches is up to you and the association.
Man, listen.
I'm talking about from the children and the parents' point of view and to having access to the children. Start with where you are. I'm sure over in Beckway, it's a small community where Stowe is known. I've seen tapes of Stowe and very young kids that he's coaching. But again, it's the community and he's well known there. There's always a solution if you really think about it.
Patrick, there's a tradition, there's a culture in Beckway. There's a culture, there's a tradition.
We know that, Sammy. I know that. I am talking about starting a culture however way you can. This is what I'm saying.
I really believe that. I believe it. I mean,
I'm just making the best of what we have.
Listen to me. As Theon mentioned at the beginning, I only talking about the multiplication who participated in football in all of the shelters. You understand?
No, I'm not talking about now, Sammy. I'm talking in general. When things get back to normal.
Patrick,
what the situation is now.
Patrick, I wanna ask Theon a question.
Yes.
So because I've heard Theon say it, and I heard Marvin say it all in his Zoom last year, so that we have everything that we need to develop the players are there on the island.
Yeah.
Right? I've heard that. Theon, you said that, right?
That's not true. That's not so. That's not true.
Sammy, let him talk to Theon. He's talking to Theon, Sammy. Let Theon answer.
I want to ask Theon.
Let him finish.
We don't have enough balls.
Theon.
We don't have enough. We don't have.
Sammy, stop tackling, man.
I don't want to hear you. We don't have one. We don't have 1 6x4.
Sammy, come
man, you listen to me. You listen to me. We don't have.
Slide tackling.
Yes, slide tackling. No.
I don't want to hear you, Sammy.
Our primary school.
Sammy, you missing my point.
Our school primary school.
Sammy. No, I can't hear you, Sammy. I don't want to hear you, Sammy.
Our primary school football.
You're not hearing my point, Sammy. You're not hearing my point. Listen to my point. I'm asking Theon, right? And I heard Marvin say it. I've heard that talk on the ground. So we have everything that we need to develop football is on the ground. Theon, is that correct?
Everything that we need
I've heard you say some of the effect, and I've heard of them programs.
To develop to what? To what end?
Develop players. I've heard you guys say everything that you need is on the ground.
Give me an ideal player that you think we could develop to, so I could tell you whether yes or not we have that capability.
You want to develop? You want to develop a striker like Lautaro Martinez.
Do we have everything here that we need? We have. Yeah. I believe we have 80% of what is required.
What's that 20% missing? What you say?
That's a lot.
That's a lot. It's a lot. So that's a lot.
80% means that can have a good club team.
80%. What would that be?
We don't have a good club team. We don't have a good problem.
Sammy, we're trying to have a discussion and build on it. The 20% that's missing, what would that be? Would that be coaching?
Would you compare Kyle? Can you compare Kyle or Carney to Latino Martinez?
Honestly, Theon, I don't know them Vinci players, you know. I'm trying to learn from you guys. I don't know those Vinci players.
How about you, Patrick? How about you? Do you think that Kyle or Carney, if you were to compare them to Inter Milan's second striker, how far off are they? And then what specifically?
I don't think they're far off. As I mentioned to you, Kyle, let me say this. This is why I say.
I said 80%. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay.
80% is a lot too. Listen, here's what the concept that we have in St. Vincent that I can understand. You don't have to have a team with the ability of a Messi's all around the pitch, you know. You don't have to.
Yeah, you mentioned Messi. You mentioned Messi, you know. We mentioned Lautaro Martinez. I didn't go.
No. Well, a top player.
My point is this.
Here's what I'm saying. Listen, let me tell you something.
Why we can't get there? For example, Lautaro Martinez at age, let's say 17, would have played roughly 50 games in a year. Yeah? Our players would play, let's say, 7 games in a year. So you already recognize. Secondly, what Lautaro Martinez has genetically, I would say we have it. We're probably better. What we don't have would be one, the amount of games. All the coaches are not of a high quality. The nutrition, as was mentioned, and that's what separates us from them.
Okay, so Theon, here's my thing now.
That's all more than 20%.
But on Mohan, he may not develop all the way to be as good as the fellow you're talking about. My point is, and he could develop enough for us to improve as a national team. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. I looked at Kyle. If I had Kyle, I would work with him closely. He's good with his back to the goal. He could come out, he could hold the ball up. He could bring people into play, okay? He could take that glance behind and know when to turn with the ball. These are things that he could, because he has the basics. He could be taught. He may not be another Abrahamovich, but he could be good enough to get us past CONCACAF and get us to the Gold Cup or whatever. That's all we're saying. Everything is relative.
That's why I just put my head on.
No. You guys are too negative. I'm telling you. I understand you. Listen.
You telling me.
When I see you, I don't mean you. I don't mean you.
To teach.
The whole idea, the whole
language. Listen to me. And you telling me to complicate it.
Theon, you have to break things down. I didn't hear what you said though, but whatever you said, it's simple. You develop players, okay? If you simplify things, you make it easy for them, they learn it, and then they practice it. Anything, they can learn it. They may not be leadership players.
Football does not exist in a vacuum.
Look.
It has to be a culture that exists in the country.
You guys keep making that. You keep talking about this culture. A culture could be. Here's the deal.
Football does not exist exclusively.
Here's what I'm going to say. Okay? if you start with, don't tell me you don't have a group of guys in St. Vincent who are at least 20 guys who are very disciplined and will come to practice because they love the game and want to.
And even if you have 20 guys, who are they going to compete against? Who are they going to compete against?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Create that model. Just the attitude alone. I'm talking about attitude alone. Start with a good attitude, okay? And all you're doing is you model the culture that you want. It starts there. Right? I'm not saying we're going to be...
Patrick.
Let me finish. All I'm doing is, you see, that's the problem. You guys don't listen. You don't listen and you don't think. I'm telling you.
Patrick,
you laugh.
CONCACAF and FIFA have given them...
I'm not talking about CONCACAF and FIFA, Sammy. I'm talking about what I have.
I wouldn't take that I do listening, because you talk the most tonight. So I've been listening to you a lot tonight. So don't say I don't listen.
Yeah, but
talk a lot tonight.
I just don't know why everything is relative, guys.
Yes, it is relative.
Again, Kyle is a good example. Kyle is a very good example to talk about.
Kyle cannot do better.
Playing games.
Kyle cannot do better in St. Vincent culture. Why? If you decide to coach Kyle, who is he competing against? Will they improve him?
We understand that shortfall, but that should still not stop you from teaching him something.
Why you also individual? Why don't you speak about our youth program? When is the last time our youth teams ever win a game?
But anyway, man, I'm a bit more positive. I just simply think more could be done.
Patrick.
I'll leave it at that.
I would like to finish something that I was saying before. I just had a few seconds left in and you guys are talking a little bit about it. Theon, you mentioned that soccer is not within a vacuum. Sam, you just mentioned about the youth right now. If you're going to develop the youth, when you decide to, and you can create that structure and figure something out, it's very important to, while you're training the coaches, whoever they are, whether you start with 1, 2, or 3, that you include consistent parent education. Consistent parent education. Not everybody is going to absorb it, but some of them will, and it will help.
Thank you,
no
Vicky.
matter where you are. That's
Thank you, Vicky.
Key.
Thank you, Vicky.
Guys, if I'm on the ground in St. Vincent, if you're on the ground in St. Vincent, if Scrambler on the ground in St. Vincent, we who coach youth soccer out here.
What's your job?
Who, me?
Yeah.
What's your job? Where?
It doesn't matter. What's your job?
I'm a football coach.
What's Mohan's job?
Football coach.
Okay, who is a football coach in St. Vincent?
No, this is what I'm saying. No.
Who's a coach?
Okay. I'm saying, right?
Other than the national team coaches, there are no coaches here in St. Vincent. In the context of persons who have a reason to coach, other than for the love of it. People have bills to pay. You're not taking none of that into consideration.
Well, let me take 12 bills because we don't football never way in St. Vincent. Trust me.
And that is why I keep asking you, when you make your statements, to what end? What is your objective? Where do you want to go? Where do you want to get to?
I just want to, because I could identify with the kids because I come from the same, the opportunity that, I get, and most of the time I created it myself because I don't play football in our yard, No, my brother. So I'm saying, I will flood the whole country with balls and goals and stuff like that. The kids, they have to play every day. They have to play every day in the community. And we are not giving them that. And that's just basic stuff. When on the beach, you have goals on the beach, you have balls. You should have, if I'm in the executive, I buy like 10,000 balls a year. 10,000 balls a year. Every kid in St. Vincent should have a ball. You understand? When I'm in St. Vincent, every 2 minutes, kids come for balls. Every 2 minutes. because I live close to the school. I'm wondering, you know, I mean, the interest is there from these kids in the schools. Okay. The government is not doing enough, as you guys know. And I want to change all that. We have to change it at the youth level.
Empty the container.
Man, you know, you people inventing who could give me a good sale and give me a good sale. Come on, man.
Empty the container, man. Come on, man. Empty the container. We need gear.
But I just want this COVID to be over with and this volcano. You understand? Because all of you guys say, Patrick, Mohan, we have to go down there and, you know, if it's 1 week, 2 weeks, you know.
Tammy, we are listening to the Theon. There's some guys in the program who came on a few weeks ago. People like Virus, there's some other guys that got some names that talk to Theon. We have to listen. And is that us and we and them, we're Vinci. We need to talk to those guys down there. Right? No, but you got to collaborate with Vinci. We speak the same dialect. We need to hear what's going on because we can't take a model from the US and drop it down this and think it's going to work. So the model has to be adapted, right? So what I come on these programs to learn from Theon and the other local coaches, people like to talk stuff, Bella St. Lucia talking. I want to hear what they're saying because the model that's going to work has to come from what the coaches choose to adapt, whatever their part-time or full-time coaches, right? There's a way to make us to get the kids to play regularly, if it's not at every Sunday thing. If Jebel is playing against another club and Jebel only has 3 teams, they only have a U11, a U13, U14, then we bring in at the club from Kittles. They play. If Georgetown has 6 teams, Jebel only has 3. So Jebel takes 3 teams and brings 3 from another club. Whatever ways you try to improvise, their weekend tournament, you see it. Whatever ways we try to play, we have to try to find a way for the people to play from 3v3 up. Just play more ball. Whatever structure it is, we define ways to get the players playing more and giving coaches opportunities to coach more. That's where it starts. So we're developing players and coaches. And again, because we have the love of the game is there, but that culture we need to build while we're giving players chances, we'll get coaches more opportunities to coach. It's that simple.
I think that unfortunately, it might be, or Theon, do you think that it's a good opportunity to take advantage of this time where you're seeing a lot of the kids in the shelters playing soccer to teach them something and to teach the parents something different, extra, or maybe that I haven't heard about, or that you have in mind?
I actually spoke about this earlier. We should not see this as a threat. We should see this as an opportunity to do all the things that you're talking about.
Big opportunity, big time. Let's not waste it.
Yeah.
So empty container.
But we have so much other players, you know, who they hold.
Sammy, yeah. Take for example, let's just start with Theon shelter, where Theon is going, Petit Bodel, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Bethel, right? Camden Park. Let's just start with that shelter alone. Give Theon enough boots, so all those kids have boots, balls, everything. And let's just start there. In the Theon, what a song.
It's possible.
Just give Theon equipment and let's just start with that project. Let's start there. And with Theon there, maybe Theon might identify another shelter with someone who's like-minded. And let's just start somewhere. Let's start somewhere. The kids already gathered first. So no, the kids already gathered. They're there first. No, let's just start now. No. Theon already started. He's already doing multiple sports. So can we set a plan right now? Sammy, can we go from here and stop going back?
It's not a matter of going back, you know.
Tian is on base. Tian is on location,
We
right?
have a model with the club license system.
Sammy, you see you're going off now.
No, I'm not going off.
Tian is on location, right? No. Where kids, we could give kids boots, balls, whatever, and start a program. No. On top of no. What can we do now? Give them equipment and play Tian start now. Tian, what do you say about that?
Good to go. Once my back feel better, I good to go.
There you go, Tian. Let's go. So now, Sammy, can we talk?
Sardine doing the same thing up Richmond Hill. So most of the kids that are in the shelters, he working with them, they're on the field. So
Tian, tell me, Tian, let me talk about this near you offline tomorrow. We'll talk. Let's see what we could do now, because we discuss problems all the time. Now we have an opportunity. Let's jump on that now, Tian.
Good night, Sammy. It's nice talking to you, Patrick, Vicky. Lovely conversation tonight. Tactical periodization.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Tactical periodization, Sammy. Come on, you could do this, Sammy.
Tian, where you going? Where you going?
My daughter is here looking at me and she's like,
oh, okay.
You got that mother? Your mother?
Have a good night, everybody.
All right, good night, folks. Good night,
everyone.
One night you talk on football, you have to go.
Some people have lives, some people got lives, Sammy. The ones have lives.
Sammy don't send his better half to sleep. Hey folks, good night.
Sammy up all night to get lucky.
Tian?
Yes, sir.
What will be achieved by sending stuff to the shelters? Let's just break down that a little bit.
All right. So my context for it really is this. We have Parents' Day. Let's educate the parents on our process, so that when this is finished, these same persons, players, align themselves to a club. And the parents are now on board. So for example, I guarantee the kids that are there now with the parents every time, they see me regularly, they're more comfortable with me now. The process starts there. So it's really, how can we use football to, one, improve the spirits of the persons there. Two, how can we use football to integrate the club with the family? Three, how could we improve the technical ability of the players? And four, how can we use football to develop the player holistically?
Okay.
That's my
okay, those four, only one really is possible, because when the shelters close and the people go back to the jurisdictions, what the club affiliation is out of the way.
So that's what I'm saying to you now. For example, I was speaking specifically to my group. Okay. My group, all of them, well,
some majority from that jurisdiction
is from my grassroots.
Okay.
So, all of them from Peterborough.
Okay.
And what I've discovered now is, while I'm interacting with the girls, I'm like, so why you guys never really come practice? It's like, I didn't know you. I wasn't comfortable with you. The boys always invite me. But I never come.
Yeah, for the girls, it's social. It's social for the girls.
Right.
How much girls you have? How much girls?
How much girls are interested? You have about 6 of them that are interested in play.
Okay. So I guess sponsor the competition between Peter Soap and Peterborough.
Well,
Chester Morgan and Peter Soap.
Yeah, you gotta recognize them. That them Peter Soap from Peterborough as well. And Chester Morgan is Jibel as well. So
Tian, let me go now. What do you need on the ground besides equipment and Sammy? Sammy will take care of you.
My conversation with the federation, hopefully tomorrow, is gonna be, how can we get coaches into these areas, into these shelters, and not just for the shelters, but for the kids within the area, because one, school is out.
So you need some balls.
Balls.
Hold on a while, Sammy. Hold on, let me talk to Tian.
Ball, shoes, cones, Penny,
Okay.
everything needed.
So I'm saying Barrowland. Theon Gordon, Fidel Shelter.
Container.
You had to flight in.
Container.
You had to flight in. You had to flight in.
Man.
You had to flight in.
No. It would take 3 weeks, but I have so much thing in the garage. I could just.
Hippo.
Just
Sammy have a container on the ground already. Sammy and Scrum have a container on the ground already. You understand? Hippo.
Hey.
We're not sending water from America. No. We buy water in Trinidad and send to Vinci. So we're shipping from.
That's what I did. I send the 8-liter ones with the refillable thing. That's what I did.
That's what we do up here. So sending water from the Caribbean. So
yeah, and it's
Tommy,
cheap. It's like 500. 500 TT for this kid.
Yeah. Yes, Tommy. You container, man.
What I have brand new stuff.
Yeah.
You understand?
And they cost.
And they're very expensive. You know,
so Tommy, we could. So guess what? We are collected it. So there are different things which we're looking for, right? The people trying to contribute money, trying to find the right way to direct it, right?
Right.
If there's equipment on the ground that we can purchase, that's easier than buying
those equipment. Is not for, those equipment is not for for this purpose.
For grassroots.
I thought it was speaking to a patriot.
But no, we have some stuff we go give Theon. We have a lot of stuff.
Do we have enough things to give Theon and Chester to start a project? Let's just start. Let's experiment now. So let's go to experiment, Sammy. Let's just go and support Chester and Theon and just. That's our control group. Let's just experiment with that.
This is a different shelter. Yeah.
We need and anyone else who's like-minded. Let's just work with what we have. Let's not worry about doing a 10 shelters. Let's just
we're very loyal. Look at that.
In control. Let's just start somewhere and set an example.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Set the example somewhere. Let's start with what we have, and then we can build afterwards. So. Theon and Chester, like-minded guys we can work with. What can we do now to get something started now? Theon already started. To support them to boost it. What can we do? That's what we are discussing right now. So all that stuff we're talking about, I don't want even a national team and no World Cup qualifier. I want to know what we're going to do now in the shelter, now with these kids. Now.
I mean, I wish I was there, honestly. I really wish.
We don't need you there, Sammy. We have equipment. We don't need you. we got Theon, we got Chester. Why do you think it's so important? The equipment more important than you.
Because I'm a youth coach. You understand?
Sammy, when you come here, when you reach, we're going to use you. But right now, we are jamming what we have.
3 weeks too late.
No, man.
Okay.
Hippo. Hippo, we will take that too. But no, we don't want no, Sammy, no.
This revolution.
In the meantime, by the time Hippo container reach, we're already rolling. What can we do now? I'm with Theon on this one, so I'm going to be on Theon. Theon made a mistake, no one exposed. So I'm going to be on Theon with this one.
The only problem we might have is the ash.
Yeah, well, that you can't have them running, exerting themselves if ash blowing. So within that,
once the ash kind of settle down. So what I'm using right now is the concrete surfaces within the school.
That's tough.
Perfect. Yeah, so you clean that off.
Yeah.
And the kids they need like shoes for that, like tennis shoes. They need sneakers for that.
But some of them are playing for them.
Yeah,
you know, it already is better control, but you can't get the ground. It's better control.
But tomorrow I'm gonna put some stuff together to see what I could do. And
Gordon, I could send out Monday. I was sending a small contribution Monday.
That easy.
Right.
So, gentlemen, good vibe.
Yeah, respect.
Sammy, what topic you have for next week?
Well, I wanted this thing. You said periodization. We finish with that. Moments of the game. That's what we got to consider.
All right.
Stages of play.
Moments of the game. Periodization. All right, guys. Take care.
All right. Yep.
Good night, everybody.
You stop calling me, boy.
Yeah, no, I'm not walking.
Things nice. You stop calling me.
I have 4 teams. 4 teams.
All right. Blessed.
Blessed.
I go in every day. All right, guys.
Yeah.